Hi, I don't have a waiting screen, so you're gonna have to look at this icon while I do the final finishing touches on this stream. I'll be ready in just a moment. And in case you folks are curious, yes, I can indeed watch the chat, and I will have webcam on. Give me just a minute and we'll be good to go. Promise. Hello, humans! I'm Yo Schiller, and today I'm actually doing a live stream. So, I don't normally live stream. Live streaming isn't really my thing. I prefer to sit down, record a video, and edit it all down and have one consistently entertaining bit of video in front of someone. Whereas live streaming, I constantly... Oh, my mic volume is low? I am sorry. It shouldn't be low. Why is it so low? Is that any better? Alright, let me see. Hello? Can you hear me now? Hopefully my volume is pretty consistent. Like I was saying, I don't normally stream. Streaming is not my thing. My setup doesn't lend itself well to streaming. I've got cables all over the place. The room gets warm. I like joining other people for their streams because I like making it their problem. Alright, let me see if I can fix the microphone. One moment, folks. See, this is why I don't like streaming. Because in editing, I just fix it in post. But now I gotta do it on the spot. Alright, let me see here. There's no reason it should be so quiet. It should be perfect. Like, if I make it any louder, it's gonna start sounding like this the entire time. But I can make it louder. I just have to remember, like, where to do it. Hello. This should do it. How's that, huh? Am I peeking now? All right, how's that? Let's see. So, I think... Okay, we're good? We're good. Okay, cool. Well, hello humans, I'm Yoshiller. I don't normally stream, but drastic times call for drastic measures. So here's what's going on, alright? So, I know a lot of people that follow me on YouTube probably don't follow me on Twitter, and that's fine. You know, I have 90,000 something subscribers on YouTube. I have 8,000 something followers on Twitter. So clearly there's a little bit of a disconnect. So here's what's going on. Twitter has been rolling out a fair share of updates as of late that have made a lot of people that use the platform worried. And we all fear that it's only a matter of time before the website implodes. So before that happens, I kind of wanted to go over some of the stuff that I've done on Twitter. Namely, I wanted to go over the people that I follow on Twitter, because Twitter, in contrast to YouTube, is a website I use a lot more for networking, whereas YouTube is more of a website that I use as my portfolio. I use it to make videos, but I use Twitter to meet the people that I use to make the videos. So here's what we're gonna do. All right, so we're gonna do just trying to get a hold of everything. All right, hang on. We're gonna get it. All right, so I think if I do this, yeah, you guys can see all the people that I follow on Twitter. Or I mean, you can see what's on my screen right now anyway. As a matter of fact, I follow exactly 420 people on Twitter. Yeah, I know, nice, whatever. But it just kind of worked out that way. I did clean it up a little bit today. And over the years, I've regularly followed and unfollowed a variety of people. But right now, we are at 420 people that I follow. And the people that I've chosen to follow more or less all have a story. So what I thought I would do for this live stream, and maybe future video, we'll see how this goes, is I wanted to go over every single person that I follow on Twitter, and perhaps explain why I follow that person on Twitter, maybe even provide a little story that I have with that person. And I thought this would be a good way to, one, archive my Twitter history, and two, I haven't been doing too well emotionally as of late, so I thought maybe reminiscing some of the good memories that I've had with people over the years would help me get through that. So ultimately, if I followed you in the past and you're not on this follows list right now, chances are there's no hard feelings. It's more a matter of my own ignorance and stupidity, or maybe I was organizing something, or Twitter like randomly made me unfollow one or two people in the past. So it could be that as well. But otherwise, the people that I currently follow are going to be the focus of this video, because I can't keep track of everyone that I've unfollowed in the past. Quick warning. There are going to be a lot of people that, or at least a couple of people that I follow in this video, that people will not agree with. And I am not here to convince people to follow anybody. I'm not here to create resolutions for anybody, and I'm not here to speak on anyone else's behalf. I am just here to explain my history with certain people and explain why I follow certain people. Alright? So people don't have to agree with me, people don't have to like me, people don't have to like the people that I follow, and people don't even have to enjoy the stream. Alright? If you don't like it, you can leave. But if you do like this stream, stick around because you're helping me out a lot. Alright. But also, I'm not doing this stream for any particular reason outside of Twitter potentially imploding on itself. You know, this is more of a spur of the moment thing. I don't think I'm going to be live streaming regularly, and even if this stream goes well, and I'm hoping it does, I don't think it's going to cause like a change in my focus for future videos. This is more of a one-off thing, but hey, if you guys like it, let me know. Maybe that will change my mind. And then if you guys have questions, feel free to ask them. I am looking at the chat, and the main reason I'm streaming this is because I want people to ask questions. There is no question that is too personal for me. I will answer just about anything as long as it will not get me restricted on YouTube. I will not reveal personal details about the people that I follow, though. And I will be as open and honest as I can about everybody and things that have been going on between, you know, some of the people that I follow as well. Ultimately, it's just my goal to explain the history of myself and the people that I follow. Okay, so let's just get started. So, there are 420 people. Twitter, from my perspective, will list the people that I followed the most recently. I think it would be better if we went all the way back to the beginning, where it all began. And when I first started my Twitter account, there were like 5 or 6 accounts that I followed immediately. Alright? And the very first person that I followed on Twitter was Cinemassacre. Cinemassacre, in case you folks don't know, is the company name of the angry video game nerd. You might know him also just as James Rolfe. He also made a variety of other things. You know it's BS, Bored James. He does like these movie reviews of horror movies every October. And ultimately, he's been on the internet for, I don't know, like 20 years at this point. Dude's been making content a long time. And while some may argue that his content isn't as good as it was back in the day, there's no doubt that this guy has a lot of heart and soul, and he's been an inspiration to me. So Cinemassacre was one of the first accounts I followed on Twitter because it was one of the first things I watched on the internet. I used to go to GameTrailers.com and watch the Angry Video Game Nerd there. And there was a time back in like 2006, YouTube used to list how popular you were on the website. It would say if you were the number 10 most subscribed person or the number 6 most viewed person that day. And I swear, Angry Video Game Nerd or Angry Nintendo Nerd or whatever his channel was called back in the day was like in the top 20 at the time. He was the most popular gaming-focused creator. Obviously, that's not even remotely true anymore, but his legacy lives on. So I have had the pleasure to meet him more than once. I have a couple pictures with him. He came to Los Angeles because he was trying to shoot the Angry Video Game Nerd movie. And I was able to meet him there, and I met him when I went to the Screw Attack Gaming Convention in 2013. And I was able to get a quick photo with him while he was doing autographs, because he didn't really have time to stop and take a photo. So he was like, if you can take a photo with me while I'm signing stuff, you can take a photo. So I did. And all around, swell, passionate guy. The very second person that I ever followed on Twitter was Chuggaaconroy. And Chuggaaconroy is like my hero. It's very cool that I can call him a friend. And I have a ton of respect for the guy. And our friendship mainly started to blossom after I challenged him to a battle in Pokemon Emerald. So a long time ago, like 2013, so I guess a decade ago, I challenged Chuggaaconroy to a battle in Pokemon Emerald because I did a Pokemon Emerald walkthrough Let's Play around that time. And then like 6 months later, Chuggaaconroy did a Pokemon Emerald Let's Play around that time, and he used a lot of Pokemon I used. Or rather, like half the Pokemon he used were Pokemon that I used. And so people were making jokes saying like, oh, you know, Chugga and you are quite similar, huh? And yeah, we were joking about it. Obviously, like, Chugga's not ripping people off, and obviously as you go older and older into Pokemon games, there's fewer and fewer Pokemon that you can use. So naturally, a lot of Pokemon are going to be grouped together in these like optimal lists that you should use. So it's only natural that Chugga and I would use a lot of the same Pokemon. And basically, he would have never like looked at my videos and just like chosen to copy me, right? But we thought it was funny to joke about it. And so I remember I was in a group chat website called XAT, X-A-T. That's where I spent most of my days. And I'll probably mention that a couple more times in the future. And on XAT, I was relatively popular because at that time, I was decently popular in the Mario Kart Wii community. So I was usually talking with Mario Kart Wii players, and there was naturally overlap. There were people that watched me that watched Chuggaaconroy, and we were joking saying, wouldn't it be funny if I called out Chuggaaconroy and I challenged him to a battle with our Pokemon Emerald teams? And people were like, yeah, but he'll never do it. And I was like, well, you never know. Like, what if I just do it just to do it? I was inspired by the, if you guys watched, like, very old Angry Video Game Nerd, there is another channel called The Nostalgia Critic, and The Nostalgia Critic challenged the Angry Video Game Nerd to, like, a review duel, and I was inspired by that. So I was like, what if I just challenge Chuggaaconroy? Like, what if I just do that? And I did this over-the-top, not really meant to be taken seriously challenge video. Of course, I wanted to actually do the challenge, but I like played myself as a villain. And Chugga saw it like immediately and messaged me almost immediately and basically told me why he couldn't do the battle at the time. But as the years went on, Chugga started to contact me for feedback on some of his projects. He would say, hey, you're a Pokemon guy, I need a fresh input. So he'd reach out to me. And then he started to invite me to some of the events he was hosting. And then what really, I guess, kickstarted our friendship was in 2018 at PAX West. He and I both got invited to the Nintendo of America headquarters, along with a couple of other Nintendo creators. And we were there for a Nindies event, which is what Nintendo used to call their indie developers. Now it's called Indie World, but at the time it was called Nindies. And we both got invited there, and they had a bunch of indie games just set up in this exhibition room. And of those was the No More Heroes spin-off game, Travis Strikes Again. So Chuggaaconroy and I both sat down to play it, and the creator of the game, Suda51, was there, and one of his translators, and they were both watching, and they were both just so happy that Chugga and I were playing this game. So Chugga and I had an awesome time. We couldn't record footage while we were there because it was inside the Nintendo of America headquarters. I think the only footage that might exist, if it's still around, is when Nintendo Minute recorded it and uploaded a vlog, and Chugga and I can be seen in the background on the couch playing the No More Heroes spin-off with the creator. So there was that. And then following that PAX West, Chuggaaconroy gifted me I can't reach it from here. It's barely out of my reach. He gifted me a Pro Controller that I still use to this day. This is the very same Pro Controller that Chuggaaconroy gifted to me in 2018, and I've used it to play all of my Animal Crossing videos. I've used it to play Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3. I occasionally play Smash Brothers with it, and this was a gift from him. So I really, really appreciate it. To this day, we've done a lot of stuff together. He's been in a couple of videos of mine. I helped edit his Splatoon 2 Let's Play. I'm currently helping him edit some of the assets for his Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 Let's Play. And ultimately, I would not be where I am without him. So I am very grateful that I have had the opportunity to work with Chuggaaconroy, and I'm grateful that he gave me a chance. So, yeah, he gave me a special Mario Kart controller because he knew I was competing in Mario Kart. In fact, ironically, or maybe intentionally, he gave this controller to me right after I wrapped up my participation in a Mario Kart tourney at PAX West 2018. So, I've had it ever since, 5 years. So, let me go ahead and put that back, and then we can get started on the next person. All right. So, what the hey, man? I unplugged one cable and now I can't find it anymore. Let me see. Here we go. Okay. Hey, do you guys want some music? Would this be better with some music? Are you guys getting bored? Like, do you guys want me to turn some music on? Because I can absolutely do that. Alright. You guys want music. I got music. Okay. Oh, yeah. See, we got that Tales of Symphonia music. Alright, if the music's too loud, let me know. Alright? Although I won't now for like 10 seconds from now. And actually, I gotta lower it on my end too. Hang on a second. If I'm gonna be doing this for like 4 hours, we gotta have some music. Alright! So at this point, Cinemassacre and Chuggaaconroy were definitely among the first two people that I ever followed on Twitter. But after that, there were a bunch of other people that I followed that I either don't follow anymore, or that I would follow again later. So they're going to show up later on in this list. So we'll get to them when we get to them, and I'll explain why I unfollowed them. Not afraid to talk about that stuff. Alright, so up next is my friend TexasRes. He is someone that I met through another friend of mine known as Jughead. So Jughead is a friend of mine that I used to play in Mario Kart way back in the day. These days we still play a lot of stuff. We play a lot of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We play a lot of Splatoon. And we used to play Mario Kart 8 back in the day. He didn't transfer over to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. But we met through Mario Kart Wii, because I used to be pretty big in the Mario Kart Wii community. But at the time, Mario Kart Wii only let you add 30 people onto your friend roster. And that was also in a time where your friend roster was on a game-by-game basis. So Jughead's friend roster was immediately filled up. So I had to add people that had Jughead added. And one of the people that had Jughead added was my friend here, TexasRes. I had a couple other people that had Jughead added too, but TexasRes was kind of like my way in, the 6 degrees of separation. So Jughead does not have a Twitter account. TexasRes does. So when I first booted up my Twitter account and I announced, hey, I have a Twitter, he might have been the first or one of the first people to follow me. So as a result, I followed him back. We have not chatted probably in like a decade, but it has been cool to be able to play alongside him and know him that long. So, yeah. The music is quiet. I mean, there is music playing. Can you guys not hear it? Oh, maybe it is too quiet here. Don't worry, folks. I'll restart the song so you can hear it. It's Tales of Symphonia. All right. Yeah. So as we go through the different people that I follow, we're going to be going through like the different eras of my history. So we're starting out with like when I first... The music is quiet for the stream, but I raised it. I don't want it to be that loud. I do intentionally want it to be quiet because the music isn't the focus. I just thought it'd be more fun than me just sitting here. Is that better? I'll let it sit for a second before I get into the next story. Better? That's good. All right. I have like 400 songs downloaded. So if we get through all the songs and I'm still not done getting through all the people that I follow on Twitter, we're gonna be in a lot of trouble. Okay, the next person is Marriland. So Marriland was probably the first, definitely one of the first, but I'm a little convinced he was the first person I ever watched on YouTube. Because we're talking 2005, 2006, Marriland was the Pokemon guy. He was the guy. He was playing Pokemon Diamond and Pearl in Japanese before they launched in America. And this was kind of right when social media was kind of, I guess, taking off, for the lack of a better phrase. Like, this is around the time when people like me would go home and we would start watching YouTube videos for our spare time. And Marriland was covering a game that was not out yet, and he was basically the only person to do so. He may have been the only person to do so at the time. And then he had his own website, which to this day, I still use as a resource. He's got tools and tricks and stuff on there. He's got text guides, and as time went on, he covered other Pokemon games. He was doing challenges in Pokemon games, and unfortunately, just kind of as the years went on, he kind of burnt out, because now there's so many people that do Pokemon content, right? So most of the people that are going to know Marriland are going to be the people like me who have been using YouTube for a long time. His legacy lives on, absolutely, but it's unfortunate that Pokemon is so oversaturated with creators now that it's hard to stand out just doing Pokemon content. So I think he has been trying to pursue other passions, and I can respect that. His website's still functional. He's still one of the greatest people I've ever had the pleasure to meet, and I'm glad to be able to call him a friend. We've done a few projects together. He's been in a couple of my videos. To this day, hang on, we gotta like focus on the big monitor for this. To this day, I compete in Pokemon because of him. If I did not meet Marriland and watch a very specific video about him, I'm not convinced I would be competing in Pokemon. He has, I'm about to talk about a video. It was taken down. He has since re-uploaded it. Back in the day, Marriland uploaded a video of himself fighting a guy named Untouchable, or Unbeatable, or something like that. And it was your classic 6v6 single battle. And it was the first time I ever sat down and watched a competitive battle take place. I didn't know anything about EV training or IVs or perfect natures or optimal movesets or whatever, right? I just thought, oh, I have a Pokemon, I got it to level 100, let's fight, right? Watching this video where Marriland fought this guy named Untouchable threw things into perspective. And the key thing I remember about that video, or there were two key things. One, the music he used was awesome. Two, the video back in the day had over 1 million views. I think it had like 4 million views, which in 2007, 2008, that's absurd. Now, yeah, people like Mr. Beast get 4 million, 5 million views on a video with ease. But back in the day, Marriland getting 4 million views on a video where you're pointing your camera at a Nintendo DS screen, that gets my utmost respect, right? So, he wrapped up the video with what I thought was the coolest, most stylish finish, where he fought this dude, and his opponent is using a bunch of legendary Pokemon and whatnot, right? And Marriland wins, but with a level 1 Rattata using Endeavor and Quick Attack. And that's when I was like, oh my god, there's so much about Pokemon that I have to learn. And that's when Marriland basically became my hero and inspiration. So I'm glad I can call him a friend. I would not be where I am without him. And Marriland, if you're watching this, I hope you're doing well. All right. Now I got the big one. All right. All right, the big one. The big one. Nintendo of America. So you might be wondering, why the heck do I follow Nintendo of America? Well, I'm going to tell you. All right, we're gonna do full webcam for this. All right, why do I follow Nintendo of America? Because I'm a Nintendo fan. But also, there was a time when Nintendo's most efficient method of relaying information to their audience was through Twitter. And to this day, that's still true to an extent. People even like to joke saying, you know, welcome to the Twitter Direct, because they'll just randomly shadow drop information on Twitter. But that all dates back to like when I first opened my Twitter account in 2013. And Nintendo of America has occasionally followed regular human people. So I have some friends that I follow that we're going to talk about in a couple minutes that Nintendo of America themselves follows, and I was hoping they would follow me as well. They have not followed me, but they have retweeted me. So I'll take that. They retweeted me in 2015 when I played the Star Fox Zero demo at E3. So I hold that with high honor, and I even like took a picture on my phone and stuff like that. So I follow Nintendo of America, and I don't regret that decision. So it's pretty cool. All right. And then, yeah. So I follow Nintendo for the Nintendo news, but I follow Serebii for the Pokemon news. Because there are instances where Serebii will report news faster than the Pokemon Company. I don't know how. I can take an educated guess. He probably gets like a press release or some batch of information and is told, don't release this till 6 a.m. And then he waits till 6 a.m. and then on the 2nd, he releases the information, but the Pokemon Company official Twitter, whatever, takes an extra minute or two. But yeah, Serebii, I mean, that's the biggest Pokemon news, like, outlet in the world, I'm pretty sure. And to this day, yeah, Serebii's been a great resource. I use Marriland's website for team building, basically. And then I use Serebii's website for cross-referencing. So when I need to see, like, how certain Pokemon evolve or need to see where to catch them, I might use Serebii or I might use Bulbapedia. But when I need to use specific tools or maybe need to see where an item is located, I might use Marriland's website. So I like to use these two in synergy, and then they're kind of sandwiching Nintendo here in the middle. All right, up next, if you're a long-time viewer of me, you might know that I got my claim to fame through a popular series on my YouTube channel, New Super Mario Bros. Wii, and then a couple years later, New Super Mario Bros. U. That was a 4-player co-op walkthrough that I did where I played New Super Mario Bros. Wii and New Super Mario Bros. U with a bunch of friends from my high school. And one of my friends from high school was Alexander Pelt. We just called him Pelt. It's more fun to say. This is his Twitter account. He used to do YouTube videos like a long time ago. I don't think he does anymore. And we graduated from high school and we kind of went our separate ways from there. Once or twice in my college years we saw each other. We met up to go see a movie at some point because I think we went to go see Inside Out, so that would be 2015, right? And then I don't know anymore. But yeah, he and I are still on good terms. It's just one of those things where you graduate from high school and you move on with your life, right? But I did try to record New Super Mario Bros. Wii Deluxe with him and Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe with him. So a lot of people know me for New Super Mario Bros. Wii and New Super Mario Bros. U. A lot of people don't know that the friends from those videos have appeared in a lot of my other videos. So Pelt joined me for Kirby's Return to Dreamland. He's in a couple of my Smash Wii U videos, I think. And then I have some Whatever Wednesday videos that feature him. Like, he's in my Sonic Advance 2 Whatever Wednesday video. So that's the case with my other high school friends as well. That got me into the habit of rotating people out for my videos based on availability. And that's a habit that I use to this day. I rotate out different content creator friends for my YouTube videos. So yeah, that's Pelt. And he's, as far as I'm concerned, he's doing well. The last tidbit I have is that the Pokemon that I used in my Pokemon Black and White walkthrough, I still compete with to this day. So Serperior, Simipour, Usharna, Haxorus, Darmanitan. They were all named after my high school friends. And so Pelt is the Haxorus. Ian, from my New Super Mario Bros. Wii walkthrough, he was the Blue Toad. My Throw is nicknamed after him. And then Andrew, who played as Luigi in my New Super Mario Bros. Wii walkthrough, my Musharna is nicknamed after him. And he didn't like that because the Musharna is a girl, and obviously Andrew's a boy. And then also I wound up getting a water-type Pokemon in Pokemon Black and White, and he wanted to be nicknamed after the water-type Pokemon. But I figured Andrew was such a genius that he should be nicknamed after a Psychic-type Pokemon. So that's what I did, even though the Musharna was a girl. Anyway, this was supposed to be about Pelt. Yeah, my Haxorus that I still compete with to this day is nicknamed Pelt after my high school friend, Alex Pelt. The same Pelt from New Super Mario Bros. Wii, New Super Mario Bros. U. So, there's that. Alright. Even way back when, folks, I was a Masahiro Sakurai fanatic. These days, the Twitter account is a lot more corporate, but back in the day, Sakurai used to just post a bunch of photos of his cat. He used to just post photos of his life. Now that he's... Okay, so when Sakurai made his Twitter account, Super Smash Bros. For 3DS and Wii U were not even in development yet. And some people knew that he had a Twitter account. Social media accounts in Japan are like... Let's just say they're not as commonplace as they are in North America or Europe, right? Like, they exist, but the idea of a bunch of celebrities having Twitter accounts is just not really a thing. So Sakurai had one, though. Now it's a lot more business-oriented. He'll still respond to people, but otherwise, like, it's more of a professional thing. That said, Masahiro Sakurai is my favorite game developer. I've said that if there's any person that I would want to meet, it would be Masahiro Sakurai. That would be a dream come true. I've come very close. I've been in the same room as him multiple times. He's walked past me, but I've never had an opportunity just to get a photo op with him. I've had friends that I've had the opportunity to get a photo op with him, and I am forever jealous. But yeah, Sakurai is my hero. I've been loving all of his YouTube videos that he's been making. I think he's a great contribution to the gaming industry, and I think he's a fantastic game designer, and that is why I follow him to this day. Alright, my man Cyberman. Okay, so Cyberman65 was a fellow friend and colleague of mine back when I was uploading my walkthroughs to a website called GameAnyone.com. GameAnyone.com was this big walkthrough database, and they had a system where you would get points depending on which walkthroughs you submitted to the website. So you would get more points if you submitted a walkthrough that was not already on the website. And I believe they had a referral system, so if you brought someone onto the website, you got even more points. And then with enough points, you could pay to have your website promoted, or pay to have your video promoted on the front of the website. You could pay to have your videos backed up onto the website in case something ever happened on YouTube. You could have your name color changed. There's a bunch of cool stuff. And Cyberman was someone I brought along. I forget what specific game he covered that made me want to recommend him for GameAnyone.com, but as time went on, he surpassed me on GameAnyone.com. So what basically wound up happening was I invited a guy to a website. He was more popular than me, and then he took off. And to this day, I mean, we don't chat, but like if he ever hit me up, I'd be down to chat with him. So he was primarily known for playing Sonic games and Kingdom Hearts games, and he was pretty darn good at them too. So Cyberman, if you're watching this, I hope you're doing well, man. It's been a while. Alright, MKDasher. So I used to be relatively well known in the Mario Kart Wii community. And in the Mario Kart Wii community, I basically tried to befriend anyone else who was relatively popular in the Mario Kart Wii community. And there were all sorts of different facets of the Mario Kart Wii community. There were people that did speedruns, there were people that were just uploading live streams of the games, of course there were people like in the modding community, stuff like that. MKDasher was, it might still be, yeah, it says right here, he's the Mario Kart DS World Champion, okay? When I met him, I did not know that, but it would turn out that he has almost every single record in Mario Kart DS, and he is a very talented Mario Kart Wii player, And the reason our friendship kind of hit it off was because he needed someone to record a time trial that he did in Mario Kart Wii on Daisy Circuit. And I volunteered to do it. And then after that, he contacted me to record 1 or 2 other things for him. And yeah, so we just followed each other on Twitter. I made my Twitter account not really knowing that his existed. I think he just randomly followed me one day. And I was like, yo, hey, MKDasher. So I followed him. And yeah, I will say it's cool to be friends with the guy that's the champion of Mario Kart DS. But he's a good guy. He's a very talented guy. Very skillful guy. And MKDasher, if you were watching this, I hope you're doing well. Alright. Everybody, it's Egoraptor. Alright, yeah, Egoraptor. This is Aaron Hansen of Game Grumps. I'm a big Game Grumps fan. I believe I started following Egoraptor before he made Game Grumps, though. I was familiar with Egoraptor because for a time he was the #1 viewed person on Newgrounds. Newgrounds, in case you don't know, is a website where people used to upload a lot of animated videos. YouTube was not always the central hub of video uploads. There was a time when people wanted to upload their stuff to other websites, and Newgrounds was a popular place for animation. And Egoraptor was the big guy on there. He created something called the Awesome Series, which were these inappropriate parodies of video games, but they were funny. Like it was my type of humor back in the day. Nowadays, he's the host of Game Grumps. He is very popular in that regard. I met him a couple times actually. I think the first time I met him was at E3 2014, but then years later, like I would wind up working for Gerard the Completionist. I'd get invited to a bunch of Nintendo events. He was also there, and yeah, as I understand it, and as I can also infer, he's a good guy. He's willing to help a lot of people out. He's been through a lot, and there are a lot of people who try to get to him because he's popular. You know, Game Grumps had a huge impact on gaming YouTubers in like 2014, 2015, right? So Egoraptor is responsible for that, and all in all, I think he's a good guy. He doesn't follow me back, obviously, but you know, neither does Sakurai, right? So yeah, Egoraptor, kind of a hero for me. Alright, and alright, quick break. Let me read the chat. April Teniente, thank you for checking out my stream. I don't normally stream, but you watched my Dr. Mario 64 walkthrough? Sorry. Brandon Scott, you were watching my walkthrough for Pikmin 1 and 2. Yes, thank you. I know that once those games came out on Switch, my viewership on those videos increased quite a bit. So that was pretty cool. And that's kind of been my strategy, is to record a game and upload it and then wait for the views to come in down the line. So you gotta beat the competition to the competition, and then when the competition starts, you've already won, right? Alright. Anyway, if you folks are ready. Katie, To Love Sing, how am I? I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. Am I making more videos? I mean, I just uploaded a Tears of the Kingdom video today. I just did that today. So I'm trying to make more videos. I've been falling behind. Actually, I'll show you guys this real quickly. I keep a little clipboard on my desk that contains various video projects or things that I have to do. So I still have to upload the 150th episode of Pokemon Bata for not Scarlet Violet, for Sword and Shield, and then I have to upload like a wrap-up video, kind of like I did for Splatoon 2. I have like a recap video that I want to upload, and then I got to do some stuff with my information, or with my insurance information. So, and then I have like a Mario Tennis video I've been trying to make for the longest time. It's all recorded, just never really sat down and edited it yet. No, I have not passed Charles yet. Charles is coming up, but I have not passed him yet. Charles will be like 5 or 6 people from now, so don't worry about that. Alright, we are on MelPontrelle. So, MelPontrelle is a modder in the Sonic community. Oh, hang on, there's more people. Oh, yo, Schiller stream, thought I'd never see the day. You know what, Reversal? I never thought I'd see the day either. Alright, I don't stream. I don't like streaming. But I wanted to do it this way because I figure once the stream is over, that way it's archived forever. And I might take this stream and edit it down into a video. But yeah, Reversal, I have not passed you yet. And I will talk about how I met you. That'll be fun. And Alec, hello, thank you. Hello, hello, hello. Alright. We're still like at the beginning. I'm only like 10 people in out of 420. Oh, God. Alright, we're okay. We're gonna make it. Alright, so MelPontrelle. MelPontrelle is a figure in the Sonic modding community. I met him because he did a mod of Sonic Generations. And Sonic Generations... It's such a missed opportunity for Sega to do DLC. And I'm not just talking about, like, the little casino... like pinball board that they had. Sonic Generations was a celebration of Sonic where you could play through classic and modern Sonic games as classic and modern Sonic. And it just made so much sense for Sega to add more levels on top of it. Everyone likes Sonic Generations, okay? That game's fantastic. But Sega could have easily done DLC where they take a level from Sonic Adventure 2 and add it to Sonic Generations. Or, yeah. Alright, Reversal, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Sega could have added more levels from Sonic 1, 2, and 3 and had modern Sonic go through those. And they just never did it. They never did it. And it was such a missed opportunity. So a bunch of modders went through to add what they thought should have been in Sonic Generations. And some people added levels from Sonic games that weren't represented in Sonic Generations. So MelPontrelle added Sky Troops from Shadow the Hedgehog. He was working on a modern Sonic level for it. So I showed it, or I played it, and then I like did a quick gameplay video of it on my channel, and he was like, oh shoot, this mod is being, my mod is being covered by a semi-successful, quarter-successful YouTube channel. So I'm gonna say thank you, and he did. And then he followed me on Twitter, and then I followed him back. And he's spoken to me once or twice since then, because I had some like quick drama with Sega, but that kind of blew over. But he consulted me about it. It was like a thing where Sega was going around doing content ID claims, and he consulted me. He's like, hey, you know, you're a semi-quarter successful YouTube channel. He didn't actually say that. I'm just being self-deprecating. Anyway, yeah, so he occasionally likes my tweets every once in a while, but otherwise he's just been a good guy. I don't know if he still does mods, but I followed him for that reason. On the topic of Sega and Sonic, we've got Crush 40. Crush 40 is the name of the band that did the music in Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, and a fair share of songs in Sonic Generations. Jun Senoue is the main composer of the Sonic games. He started with Sonic the Hedgehog 3. So all those songs you like in Sonic the Hedgehog 3, people used to say they were made by Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson it turns out he was involved in Sonic 3. But most of the songs that people like that they think were made by Michael Jackson were actually made by Jun Senoue. And Jun Senoue is the bass guitarist for Crush 40. I have had the pleasure to meet him. I met him at the Sonic 25th anniversary concert. Got a picture with him. He is my favorite composer. I listen to Sonic music all the time. And if it weren't so unfitting for this stream right now, I'd be playing a bunch of Sonic songs. There's a couple that'll show up. But Sonic songs, I love them because they're so full of energy. And I think that for a stream like this, we need some more calming, relaxing music. So I've got Isle of Armor from Pokemon Sword and Shield playing right now. But yeah, Jun Senoue is fantastic. I'm excited to hear his work on upcoming Sonic games. Always a treat whenever a new Sonic game comes out because I like to hear his music. But he wasn't involved in Sonic Frontiers. He was involved in Team Sonic Racing, so that's cool. And I think he's involved in the upcoming Sonic Superstars game. But otherwise, I want to see more games and game soundtracks that have his involvement. So that's cool. Pokemon! The official Pokemon Twitter account. So for a long time, I did not follow this Twitter account. I did not see much of a reason to. As time went on, the Pokemon Twitter account did become a good source of news. They kind of changed their social media approach. A lot of gaming companies started to do that in like 2014. And Pokemon was no stranger to that. And they've become a more fun Twitter account to follow. They started to post more news on Twitter, and then they became more, I guess, like corporate. Now it seems like they've loosened up a bit. They are trying to have fun with their community, and they're just a news outlet. I'm a big Pokemon fan, alright? I know I'm wearing like a bunch of like Mario stuff. I'm a huge Pokemon guy. What's the closest Pokemon thing I have? Well, it's all out of reach. But I'm a big Pokemon guy. My favorite Pokemon is Bayleaf. So I follow the Pokemon Twitter account. That's pretty cool. Cephazon! Cephazon is a longtime friend of mine. I have known him since like 2012, 2013. I have had many opportunities presented to me because of him. When I went to Japan in 2020 and when I went last year, I would not have been able to do those trips without him. Or, I mean, maybe I may have. But Cephazon made them a whole lot easier. Cephazon is the reason I got to meet a lot of people that would also allow me to meet a lot of people. You're going to see in a couple minutes that, like, I met Charles C. Bernardo. I met Charles because of Cephazon. I met Marriland because of Cephazon. I met... we're going to go through them, but I met a ton of people because of Cephazon. And yeah, I got to stay with him in Japan, and then while I was in Japan, he introduced me to a bunch of people. He and I have done a lot of videos together. We've done a lot of events together. We used to tag team, like E3 and stuff together. Yeah, good dude. He lives in Japan. He's studying Japanese. He's working with indie developers in Japan. I think... I'm trying to think, like, what's the last video I did with him that wasn't a vlog? Might have... No! Okay. One of the last things I did with him was in 2017 because we did a 24-hour sleep versus with Chuggaaconroy and Marriland. And it was Marriland and myself versus Cephazon and Chuggaaconroy. Those might be the last videos I did with him outside of a vlog. Otherwise, he's in a couple of my No! He's in a Mario Kart 8 Deluxe video with me. I don't know. We don't do as many gameplay videos anymore, but he and I still hang out. We chat pretty regularly. Yeah, pretty regularly. And he has brought me to where I am today, so I would not be where I am without him. Cephazon, if you're watching this, and I get the feeling you might be, thank you for everything, man. Alright, here we go. Shruby! Reversal, Cephazon I don't think was in Mario Party Superstars. No, I don't think Cephazon was on that. No, he was in a Mario Kart 8 Deluxe video back in, like, 2018, and that might have been it. Because ever since he moved to Japan, we just, like, didn't do videos with each other anymore. I've done a lot of videos of Mario Party Superstars with other people. No, Chugga's episode was Artsy Omni and Nintendo Fangirl. Alright. Cephazon. Alright. Oh, hi! Cephazon, were you just waiting for you? Alright. Thank you, Cephazon. Everyone say thanks, Cephazon, for bringing Yoshilo to where he is. Yeah. We played Kirby and the Crystal... We did do the Kirby and the Crystal Shards minigame with Cephazon. That's when Tails' channel and Charles were in town. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. So. Alright. Shall we get a move on? We got Starship Mario playing. Alright. That's a good song. Alright. Next up on the list is Shruby. So, Shruby is a high school friend of mine. I used to do a lot of videos with him. He's still in a couple of my videos. Like, I've done a couple of Splatoon 3 videos with him. But I used to do a lot more videos with him because he was a high school friend. Now that we've entered more of a digital age with, you know, online and all that, I've been playing with a lot of other people. But yeah, Shruby still shows up. I saw him just like, well, it might be a couple months ago at this point, but we went and saw the Puss in Boots sequel, and we have hung out a couple of times since then. Yeah, he and I went to E3 together in 2014. He is basically the main reason I compete in Smash Wii U, and he has been a friend of mine for a long time. We still play Smash Ultimate with each other every once in a while, because on Fridays, I have a group that I'm in where we still play Smash Ultimate with a bunch of people, and he's in that group. So, we still chat. But yeah, he's a high school friend, so he's stuck around. Shruby, thank you for everything. Oh, see, now we're talking. Alright. Alright, here we go. We got that Persona 5 music playing. Alright, this is Emma. So Emma has been a long fan of mine. A long time fan. Let me be specific. Not like a long fan, but a long fan time. A long time fan. Hopefully you guys know what I'm talking about. Emma used to go by a different username. I will not embarrass her by saying the username on here. But that is how I knew her. She eventually rebranded to Amatronics, and because she was a longtime fan of mine, I opted to follow her back. These days, she dates Charles. So I know the both of them. I think she will say that she met Charles because they were both in a Splatoon session of mine together. So that's kind of cool to hear about. But yeah, Emma was a fan that became a friend, basically, after supporting me for a while and appearing in my videos when I needed an extra player or so. And that more so took off with Splatoon 1 on the Wii U, and then we would go on to play a lot of Splatoon 2, and even these days a little bit of Splatoon 3. And yeah, I've known her for like 10 years. Well, okay, I've known her as Amatronics, I guess, for 10 years. I knew her as her other account for probably like 3-4 years beyond that. Because I had a YouTube account for longer than I've had a Twitter account, so there's that. But yeah, so she followed me on Twitter, and I followed her back because she was a fan, become friend. So, Emma, thank you for everything. You've been a very supportive friend, and I really appreciate that. Alright. Oh, see? Even this song playing right now. We got that Super Mario 3D World song. Emma was in my walkthrough for Super Mario 3D World. She played as... she was Peach. So, that was Charles, Emma, Chris, and myself. Yeah, she played as Peach, and that was a blast. Alright. Are you guys ready for Andre the Black Nerd? Alright. So, Andre the Black Nerd is just like a fantastic guy. Alright, he is super funny. Back in the day, he was one of the first people that I ever saw, I think, get endorsed by Nintendo. So more people might know him as Black Nerd Comedy, and basically he embraces the nerd culture, right? So he talks about games, movies, comics, shows, whatever. And he was a guy that I used to watch for a long time because I always liked hearing his opinions because he was always funny and honest about it. And I remember when Smash 3DS and Wii U were in development, the character he wanted was Pac-Man, and he kept joking about it. And he would even sometimes wear a Pac-Man shirt whenever a new character was announced for Smash. So he would talk about how Little Mac was added for Smash, and he'd be like, "Man, I just want Pac-Man." And then Pac-Man finally got announced, and he was like moved to tears, and that just made me so happy that he was happy. Like he was recording a video where he wanted to talk about it, and like it's like the only time I've ever seen him like start choking up. So that was really cool. And I am happy to be able to call him a friend. These days, I'll still see him at events. Like, I saw him at Media Day for Super Nintendo World, and he'll come up and say hi to me. And that makes me feel all good inside. We became friends at E3 2014, because that was the first E3 where I started wearing this Yoshi hat, and he was working on a video called Things to Do and Things Not to Do at E3. And he saw my Yoshi hat. He's like, "Oh, can we do a bit where my friend runs by and steals your Yoshi hat?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And his friend ran by and stole my Yoshi hat. And then about a year later, I saw him at the Splatoon Mess Fest in Santa Monica. And he and I were like two of the bigger creators there. And we hung out a bit. And then we kind of just hit it off from there. So when I see him at events, he and I will say hi. And he's always just a pleasure to hang out with. So Andre, Black Nerd, hope you're doing well, my man. Thank you for everything. Carried Away Games. Yeah, so this is an indie game company that I think followed me before I followed them. So it was one of those things where I was like, whoa, I was followed by an indie game company. So I followed them. But they have the novelty of being the first indie game company that I followed on Twitter. There will be a couple others. I do like to support the independent game community, but I only follow a couple, and there's not a specific reason for that. It basically just boils down to why do I follow whom I follow, and I like to have a connection with some of these people, and Carried Away Games was the first indie game company to follow me, so I reciprocated the action and I followed them back. I'm gonna be real with you. I do not know what they have done for a long time, but I do appreciate the fact that they followed me, so that's pretty cool. Alright. Alright, Scooter! Are you in this chat? Are you listening? Look what you did! You made Steam Gardens from Super Mario Odyssey start playing. The song's a bop, though. Alright! Scooter is one of my longest standing online friends. We've done a lot of videos together. Basically, any game that I've ever played on my channel that's had multiplayer, he's been in it. He's always been down to play, no matter how big or how obscure the game is. He and I have played tons of Mario Kart, tons of Smash, tons of Splatoon, Pokemon, just shapes and beats. Scooter is just this fantastic guy. He's always been there for me when I've needed him. He's been nothing but supportive. I wish him all the best. He's great. That said, I did not even meet Scooter in person for the first time until last year. Knew the guy for 10 years. Never got to see him in person until last year when we roomed together at MagFest. But I'm glad I can finally say that that happened. I'm glad that I can finally say that happened. In fact, I met a lot of people for the first time only between like last year and this year. So that's crazy. Yeah, Scooter has always been there for me. Scooter, thank you so much, my man. If there's anything you need, you just give me a holler. You're never a bother. I promise. I owe you. You've been in like 10,000 of my videos. I only have 5,000 videos or so on my channel. You've been in double the amount. Good job, Scooter. Alright. Barry! Yeah, so I'm a Game Grumps fan. Barry was initially known for being the lead editor of Game Grumps. Very, very, very funny guy. And as the years went on, he would wind up leaving Game Grumps and kind of become his own independent content creator. And he actually, I think to this day, streams out of Gerard the Completionist's office. He has like his own room at the office, but he's there. So I used to see him relatively regularly, so he's a little familiar with me. I just saw him a couple days ago because I was at the Completionist office helping him like set up some capture equipment. So I saw him, and yeah, he's a good guy. He's a very, very good guy. Before he was working at the Completionist office, I think the first time I met him was E3 2014. Again, I was a big Game Grumps fan, and these days I edit with Adobe Premiere. And I consider myself to be a pretty good editor now. I mean, people pay me to edit their stuff, so I think I've come a long way. And before I was using Adobe Premiere, I was using Sony Vegas, and I needed to learn how to switch over to Adobe Premiere, and it was a little overwhelming, but thankfully Barry uploaded a video, I think it was called like, what it's like to edit a Game Grumps episode, and I used that video to, at the very least, learn the foundation of Premiere. After that, I was basically self-taught, but if it wasn't for that video, maybe I'd be editing as okay as I am now, but there were one or two tricks that he used in that video that I use to this day. For example, I use the M key to set markers on my timeline. Use that all the freaking time. I learned that from his little tutorial video. And he taught me something called like frame interpolation, where when you motion tween an object across the screen, here, let me get the big webcam out for this. You can set keyframes to animate something going across the screen. So like here's my phone, right? Going across the screen at a consistent speed. Oh, well, hang on. Going across the screen at a consistent speed. But he taught me how to do it so like it speeds up and then comes to a slower speed on the end. Alright, yeah. Frame interpolation. I learned that because of him as well. It's just a video called like how to edit a Game Grumps video. So that I credit him for teaching me some of the tricks of the trade for video editing. And then of course, after Barry, we've got Ninja Sex Party. So Ninja Sex Party is a band. The lead singer of it is Danny, who is the other host of Game Grumps these days. And Ninja Sex Party makes a lot of bangers, okay? To this day, I listen to their music. They have an album that's a bunch of covers of popular songs. I believe the album is called Under the Covers. It's supposed to be like an innuendo. But that cover album is fantastic. I still listen. They have like 3 cover albums, I think. And I get the songs mixed up from each. I just listen to like a playlist on YouTube. But I still listen to their cover songs all the time when I'm driving or working. They are a fantastic bunch. I have not been to a Ninja Sex Party concert. I've considered going. I kind of still want to, but we'll see if that ever happens. But Ninja Sex Party remains just a fantastic band. I thank them for providing me background noise while I've been doing monotonous tasks. They are good stuff. I have met Danny a couple of times. He's harder to meet than Aaron, Egoraptor, because Danny doesn't do as many gaming events, but I had 2 opportunities in which I met him. I met him at PAX, it was just called PAX Prime in 2014, he was doing an autograph signing, and then in 2015, I got invited to a YouTube party, and when I was there with another friend, we'll talk about that friend in a little bit, when my friend and I decided it was time to leave, we got in the elevator, and at the exact same time, so did all of the Game Grumps. So Aaron, Danny, Ross, and Barry, and I think Susie, were all in the elevator with us. So as we were getting ready to leave, I took a quick picture with him, and then they all went their separate ways. But yeah, Danny is a very good guy. He has a lot of life stories that he used to explain on Game Grumps that I used to see as big inspirations too, so I thank him a lot for that. Alright. Alright. Here's the big one. Here's the big one. Alright, folks. I think some of you have been waiting for this one. This is Charles C. Bernardo. Charles has had the pleasure of becoming one of, if not the closest friend I've ever made through online. He has gotten me through a lot of tough times. He has been in a lot of my videos. He's created several assets that I use to this day, including my YouTube icon. He and I have known each other for over a decade. He's put up with me a lot. We've been through it. But ultimately, we're still friends. We are very close. He helped me in a lot of tough times. He's been a very supportive person over the years. When I met him, he had maybe 10,000 subscribers. Now he's closing in on 300,000. So he's passed me. I'm very proud of the guy. Frankly, I'm jealous of the guy because the dude's got a lot of talent that is I wish I had, right? He's great at drawing. He's great at talking with a lot of people. He's great at balancing it all. And I mean, it wouldn't be a stretch to say that I would not be where I am today without him. So Charles has been a very fantastic friend. He's been a very fantastic pillar of my life. And Charles, if you're watching this, thank you for everything. Emma, if you're still watching this, you can either tell Charles everything I said, or you can let him watch, or you can say nothing, because maybe he'll get all mushy-gushy and won't want to hear it, so it's whatever. Alright, anyway, that's Charles, yeah, so Charles and I have known each other for a very, very long time, and I'm happy to call him a friend. Abdallah! So, I first met the music? This music it's from Paper Mario. It's the... Okay, I won't say here. It's the Snow Peak from Paper Mario. I don't remember exactly what it's called. Alright. Abdallah. So, Abdallah actually reached out to me. That was one of the first times that a creator that was twice my size in popularity reached out to me. So, Abdallah, he originally reached out to me because he wanted to battle me in Pokemon X and Y, because he saw that I was doing Pokemon videos. He reached out, we battled, he kicked my butt. It was great. And since then, we did a lot of videos together. We have gone on to say hi to each other at a lot of events, because usually, whatever events I attend, he attends. He's very big in the Nintendo circle. Nintendo invites him to everything. Nintendo invites me to 50% of their events. Nintendo invites him to 200% of their events. He's invited even if he's not invited. Alright. And Abdallah and I have worked together several times. He's used some of my footage. I've used some of his vlog footage. We've recorded footage for each other basically. And we kind of tag team a couple of things when we go to certain events. because we've just known each other for so long. But I think it all started with the Pokemon battle, where he kicked my butt. But yeah, Abdallah's a good guy. He will still say hi to me at events. He'll come up to me and say hi. Dude is like almost at 1 million subscribers, but he still is respectful enough to come over to me, a guy who doesn't even have 1/10 of his subscriber count, and will still say hi to me. And I actually respect that a lot out of him. You might also know him for the fact that he used to win a bunch of PAX tournaments, and he even won the Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational. So Abdallah, thank you for everything, my man. Alright. Give me a sec. Previous song was Sugar Mountain, thank you. Yeah, I know, like, the games that all of these songs come from, but I'm not always able to name the song names at the top of my head. But yeah, I take pride in my music choices. I used to not list what songs I used in my videos, because I liked it when people asked. So if you have any questions about the songs, by all means, keep asking, because I like it. Alright. Cool. Yeah, I used to be in a couple of Charles's animations. These days he gets, like, actual voice actors for his animations. But yeah, he used to be in some of my gameplay videos, and then I used to be a background voice in a lot of his animations. I think my favorite animation that he did, that I was in, this is like the animation that put him on the map too. It's the animation that he did of Splatoon, where he's making fun of Miiverse posts. And, it's just like, there's a part where Charles is like, I can't take it! No one thinks your jokes are funny, and no one thinks you, like, spamming is funny, but you that keeps drawing the amazing artwork, keep up the good work. I don't know. His Splatoon animations were my favorite. Okay. Hello, Anne-Marie. Hello, everybody. Hi, folks. I'm gonna take a sip of water. This is Pedal Meadows. Yeah, we're just going through the 1,000 Year Door soundtrack at this point. I think we're gonna have like 5 or 6 more songs from 1,000 Year Door, and then it's gonna finally jump to something random like Bomberman or something. Yeah, this song is a classic. It was like one of the best songs ever made. Okay. Okay. Here we go then. Up next is WayForward! So, WayForward is an indie company mainly known for making Shantae, but they've done a bunch of other games too. Like, they did Double Dragon Neon and Mighty Switch Force, and I think, like, some SpongeBob games and stuff like that. They're a fantastic indie company, and my favorite composer, Jake Kaufman, works for them. I used to follow Jake Kaufman on Twitter, and he's a genuinely funny guy. But ultimately, I realized, like, I should just follow WayForward instead. So, WayForward, I've backed their games on Kickstarter. I played a variety of their games, so I figured it stands to reason that I should support them by following them on Twitter. And ultimately, they're like a pretty high-quality indie company. It's almost not even fair to call them an indie company anymore. It's weird. A couple of their developers have actually come by the Completionist office when I worked for the Completionist, so I've had the pleasure to meet with them. But I think the story that I like is the creator of Shantae is named James Montana, and he's probably not going to remember this, and I kind of forgot about it up until recently. I played Super Smash Bros. For Wii U with James Montana. We played the demo together. I forget who won the match. It might have been him. I think he was playing as Kirby, and he's also the guy that, if you remember, there was a Smash 3DS Wii U roundtable where someone kind of got up and just said, I don't really have a question, I just wanted to say you're a hero to me, Sakurai, thank you for making Kirby games, and then Sakurai just gives him a thumbs up. I'm pretty sure that was James Montana that said that. So, yeah, WayForward's an inspiration to me. Like I said, I backed Shantae Half Genie Hero on Kickstarter, and I just really respect them as a company, and I'm glad that I was able to meet some people from that company too, so I have a lot of respect for them. TrailerDrake. So here's the scoop. When I first started my Twitter account, a lot of the first people that I followed on Twitter were people that worked at Screw Attack. Screw Attack, in case you don't know, used to be this big gaming website and, I guess, YouTube channel, where they just did a lot of gaming videos. They talked about news, they did, like, these funny skits, they would do, like, top 10s. Nowadays, Screw Attack has become what you may know as Death Battle. And if you don't know what Death Battle is a channel that... It's based off of a TV show called Deadliest Warrior, but it pairs video game characters or comic book characters against each other. It's like, who would win in a fight between Mario and Sonic? Or who would win in a fight between Batman and Captain America and stuff like that, right? And that's what Screw Attack became, because Death Battle was the most successful show on their channel, so it made sense to just kind of focus on that. But before Screw Attack was that, it was this big gaming community. The people in their community were literally called G1s, and I used to go to all sorts of Screw Attack related events. And Screw Attack used to be affiliated with the Angry Video Game Nerd. The Completionist, I think, got to start with Screw Attack. Peanut Butter Gamer, all sorts of people got their start with Screw Attack. And a lot of people will never know that. But Screw Attack is the hub of that. So, I followed a lot of people on Screw Attack. And I've since then unfollowed most, if not all of them. But one of them was TrailerDrake. So Drake I first learned about through Screw Attack. He would then go on to work for Game Theory. He created a show called Crossover. That's what his icon is actually from. And then he went on to create Comic Drake. And Comic Drake was a channel he made that was more focused on comics because that was more of his passion. And I have had the pleasure of calling him a friend. Like, I remember he came into town, like, he came to Santa Monica, and he asked if I was in town. And I was like, yeah, I'm in town, let's hang out. So we walked around, we grabbed ice cream or something, and then he went on his way. And the most recent thing I did with him was we played Mario Party Superstars. That is kind of the last thing he did before he privated his Twitter account. I hope he's doing well. He's a good guy. He's been very kind to me. I'm glad I got to meet him, and I'm glad that I get to call him a friend. Alright. Balrog! Oh, alright. I know what we're getting into now. What we're getting into... So this is the... In 2014, I went to the Pokemon World Championships. And the reason I went to the Pokemon World Championships was because it took place at the same time as the launch of the Pokemon Symphony. Now we'll talk more about the Pokemon Symphony in a second. For now, I want to talk about Balrog. So Balrog used to run a YouTube channel called Balrog's Game Room, and it was a review channel. And Balrog is just like the sweetest guy. He used to be called Balrog the Master, in case that name rings a bell with anybody. He was part of a group of YouTubers called Hidden Block, and he went viral on Twitter. I don't know if he wants me to share the story, but he went viral on Twitter because he accidentally leaked a download code off of a Nintendo eShop card. So he like scratched it off, and he was like, dude, why are these codes so long these days? This is ridiculous. And then he went to go redeem the code and found out that someone had already redeemed it. And it put him on the map, and I don't know, he just continued to make tweet after tweet after tweet since then that were always funny. And so I met Balrog because when I went to the Pokemon Symphony in 2014, he drove in, and he like had to deal with traffic and had a hard time finding a parking spot or something and showed up kind of late. So I offered to hang out with him, and we went and grabbed pizza. And we grabbed pizza at a place called And Pizza, like And for Sand Pizza. It was in, I think we were in Washington, D.C. And we hung out, and it was just a pleasure to meet him. And then he went home, and then he followed me on Twitter as a way of saying thank you. So that was Balrog. And we did a couple videos together. I think it was just Smash Wii U, mainly. Smash Wii U and maybe Mario Kart. But yeah, he's just a good guy. He has my old 3DS capture card. So I have a couple 3DS capture cards now, but they're all from the 3DS XL model, but I can't reach it. Everything's out of reach. So when I first bought the 3DS, I bought it at launch. I had a regular 3DS, like the flimsy one, and I had a capture card installed into that. He has that because he wanted to do reviews of 3DS games, and I broke the screen on the 3DS capture card. Now, if you hook the 3DS capture card up to a computer monitor, obviously you can still see the games. But if you just want to play it on your 3DS, no good. So I bought a 3DS XL, I transferred my data over, and then I gave the capture card to him. Now he doesn't make content anymore, but hey, he still has that capture card if he wants to use it. Balrog, thank you for everything, my man. Alright, the Pokemon Symphony! So this was a life-changing event for me. Literally. Alright? So the year is 2014. Pokemon announces they want to do a symphony tour called Pokemon Symphonic Evolutions, and that the premier tour would take place in Washington, D.C. to coincide with the 2014 Pokemon World Championships. And a lot of my friends were involved to participate in promoting this tour. The Pokemon Company decided that they wanted to promote this tour by reaching out to influencers and having them talk about it. Now, my understanding is that I was never going to be someone to be asked to help promote the tour, but my name was brought up in the conversation. That is to say, the Pokemon Company looked at a bunch of creators, they saw which ones were most popular, which ones were in good standing, which ones had a lot of influence, and my name was brought up, but I was never, like, in the actual list of people to promote it. So, what that meant was the people in charge of the symphony, or the people that were organizing it, were familiar with who I was. So, what wound up happening was, for some of these people that did videos promoting this symphony, I was the one that went and captured the gameplay videos that were, or the gameplay footage that was used in some of these promotional videos. That was me. And as a result, that meant that I got a free ticket to the event. Now, I didn't get my costs covered. I had to fly on my own terms. And I remember I was hesitant because at the time I was still in college, and I was like, man, I want to go to PAX Prime. I can't afford to do PAX Prime College and this Nintendo and this Pokemon event. Oh man, I sure hope it's worth it. And sure enough, I went, and that event changed my life. That was the first time I got to see Cephazon in person. That was the first time I got to see Marriland in person. That's the first time I really got to hang out with Chuggaaconroy. I got to meet Junichi Masuda and get a picture with him because he wanted a picture. We'll get into that story in a moment. I met RogersBase. I met GlitchxCity. I just had this fantastic time while I was there. It literally changed my life. It was awesome. And I am so grateful I went to that event, and literally would not be where I am if I did not go to that event. So I'm so glad I went to that event. So glad the Symphony account even, like, follows me. They only follow 44 people, and I'm one of them! So thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, that event. Did I get to see Pikachu in person? I did. I got to see Pikachu, and I got to see Fennekin, and I have pictures. I took a lot of pictures at that event. I even showed up on Japanese television. I don't know what station or what network, but I showed up. I got a picture with the guy in charge of it, too. He looked like Calum from Pokemon X and Y. How many followers we got in here? We got 30 people watching? Well, hey, thank you all 30 of you for watching. I'm going to run an ad real quickly. I'm going to take a quick break, and then I will be right back, all right? Thank you. And then we'll continue on. We'll pick up with Prof. Waffles, and we'll do more Pokemon Symphony stuff. I'll be right back. And then we want to do... What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? All right. Okay. So, folks, here's where we're at. All right. I'd like to remind you that the reason I'm doing this video is for archival purposes. I follow a lot of cool people, and a fair share of those cool people follow me. Now, I don't have a private account. I just have this. I just have Yo Schiller. Promise. Alright? Some people do have private accounts. And this was Marriland's private account. Now, I'm not going to show you what's in it. But Marriland and a lot of other friends of mine got into the habit of wanting to make their main account primarily focused on video announcements and like convention appearances and stuff. And then they wanted to have a private account where they could just talk about life. And then ultimately what winds up happening is that a lot of those people make those accounts private because it starts to reveal some personal information. So this was Marriland's private account, but obviously Marriland is a good friend of mine. At this point I could absolutely call him a friend, especially since around this time I had just started hanging out with him due to the Pokémon Symphony, so he was absolutely a very good friend of mine. Also, I see the chat, Alec! I saw what you said! Thank you very much for the kind words. And also, thank you, Katie! Thank you, April! Thank you, Sherry! Thank you. You're all too kind. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Silent Sage. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you, Brandon. You're all too kind. Do I want GameCube Switch Online? I mean, I do. Because the main reason, the two main reasons I like having Switch Online is because, one, it's, well, I mean, it's in the name. The Switch and the online part. So being able to play all of these game consoles on one convenient device on the go is awesome to me. I love that. And then having the online aspect of it changes the replayability of a lot of these games. Like back in the day, I need you guys to understand that these days Mario Party games are online. But back in the day, Mario Party was never online. So if you told me you could play Mario Party 1, 2, 3 online in an official capacity, I would have called you a liar. But now you can do that. And now you can do Mario Kart 64. Maybe we'll get Diddy Kong Racing and Smash Bros. 64. But, so, for that reason, do I want GameCube on Switch? Like, of course I do. Why, I would be a sucker not to say yes to that. I already pay for the Switch expansion pack, so of course I want it. And obviously I would love to play a variety of GameCube games on the go. I would not mind taking another trip through Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. I would not mind playing some Smash Melee online, right? But the issue you run into with GameCube Online, in contrast to the other systems they've released so far, is that GameCube files are a lot bigger than N64 and Game Boy and especially SNES and NES. So what that means is anytime they add a game to GameCube Online, that is a hefty update. Just one game is a big update. And that might be why they don't release N64 games as frequently either. Or they don't release them in batches. Because let me put it to you this way. The size of a Nintendo 64 game, the entire file size of a Nintendo 64 game is, I think, 4 times as much as a Super Nintendo game. And a Super Nintendo game, their file sizes are very small. If you were to take a screenshot of this stream and save it as a PNG file in Microsoft Paint, the file size of that would be bigger than the Super Nintendo cartridge, the biggest Super Nintendo game. Now, N64, the file sizes are bigger, but not too big. Once you start getting to GameCube, though, each game is like 4 or 5 gigabytes big at the smallest, and that poses a problem when you want to start requiring people to download all of these games to even be able to use GameCube Online. So of course I want it, but it's not as feasible. You know what I mean? So if Nintendo wants to instead go this route where they re-release Pikmin and Metroid Prime and whatever else, I'm fine with that, because at least that way the games get upscaled and it helps Nintendo gain renewed interest in some of these games. So like, I'm super glad Metroid Prime and Pikmin got re-released, and I'm hoping a bunch of other games get re-released too. Like they want to do the first 2 Paper Mario games, if they want to do Punch-Out, or if they want to do F-Zero, I'm so in. Alright? Because that, in the truest sense, is better than nothing. Alright, you guys ready? RogersBase! So, folks, I have a funny story about Roger. I have many funny stories about Roger, let's be fair. But the first time I met RogersBase was at the Pokemon World Championships in 2014 because he damaged his leg and had to be pushed around on a wheelchair. So when I first met Roger, he was going around on a wheelchair. Technically, okay, I met him the night or 2 before that incident happened because we all went out to, like, a pizza place. And we had dinner there, and that was my first proper meeting of him. And that might be when we exchanged Twitter information. But, yeah, he had to roll around on a wheelchair, and I'm glad he's okay. And since then, we've hung out plenty of times. We would see each other at E3 all the time, and we'd always do a quick buddy-buddy picture. He recently commented on one of my YouTube shorts. We went to a gaming swap meet toward the tail end of last year. We just went together. We went with a couple other people as well. But, yeah, always a pleasure. And at that event, I had to drive him home. I drove him home, and as a thank you, he bought me a Happy Meal from McDonald's because they were doing the Pokemon card promotion. So I have a Pikachu Happy Meal box sitting right above me, and that's from him. So, that's fun. Alright, also at the Pokemon World Championships, I met GlitchxCity! So GlitchxCity is a Pokemon influencer, but she's also especially known for her contributions to remixing Pokemon music, and she's incredibly talented. In case you guys are curious, if you remember my Animal Crossing New Horizons videos, my town was themed after a level from Bomberman 64 The Second Attack, and so I wanted my town's jingle to be the first couple of notes of the song from that Bomberman level, and Glitch put that together for me. So, I saw her earlier this year, I saw her at that swap meet with RogersBase toward the tail end of last year. I'm probably going to see her in a couple of months when I go to PAX West. Oh, I saw her earlier this year because she went to Santa Monica and did a Pokemon Go event. That was this year, right? I think it was this year. I'm losing track of things. Yeah, GlitchxCity is a fantastic friend. We've played Splatoon, we've played Pokemon. She's awesome, her remixes are awesome. Please be sure to show her support. Glitch, thank you for everything. You're a fantastic friend, and I would not be where I am without you. Alright. Junichi Masuda! Junichi Masuda is the director of the Pokemon Company. He is the guy that basically makes the most radical decisions for the games, for better or for worse. And back in the day, he was primarily the composer. He was a composer, and he was a programmer. And the main thing you guys may know him for his programming is he is responsible for the Masuda method, which is a way of obtaining shiny Pokemon by breeding 2 Pokemon from different regions. He programmed that. And do we have freaking Pizza Tower music playing? We have Pizza Tower music playing. Well, Pizza Tower's got some good music. I didn't get followed by Junichi Masuda. I follow him. There are some other people that follow me, and we'll get to that. But no, Junichi Masuda doesn't follow me. I just follow him. See, like Glitch follows me, RogersBase follows me. Not Junichi Masuda though. I wish. He follows Cephazon. He was in this chat earlier. But yeah. So I had the pleasure to meet Junichi Masuda when I went to the 2014 Pokemon World Championships because he did the music back in the day for Pokemon games. He was the one that oversaw the Pokemon music project for the Symphony, and he would go on stage and like orchestrate the final song of the Symphony and whatever. And once the show was over, he met up with some of the influencers that helped promote the event, and he wanted to take a group photo with them. And fortunately, I got to be involved in that. And Masuda wanted the photo. And he took the photo and he himself tweeted out. Masuda wanted this photo and tweeted it out himself. So I have the photo. I have the footage leading up to the photo. And if you go on Masuda's Twitter account and you look at tweets he made in 2014, you will see a group photo of myself and Chuggaaconroy and GlitchxCity and RogersBase and Marriland and a bunch of other creators, Cephazon, and a bunch of other creators in a group photo with Junichi Masuda. And that is genuinely a highlight of my life. Being able to meet the guy who made Pokemon and taking a group photo with all these other people that changed my life, that's freaking incredible. Now, while Junichi Masuda is the basically godfather of Pokemon, Jaren Moore was basically the guy that put the Pokemon Symphony together. He also put the Zelda Symphony together. So I got to meet with him a bit. And I want to say, for like, whatever reason, he's just like a good-looking guy. I don't know. Like, this dude, he's got like the dream build. He's a great guy. I've met him a couple of times. I went to the Nintendo World Championships. No, I went to Comic-Con in 2015, and he came up and said hi to me and like helped me like find my way into the venue and whatever. Yeah, I saw him again in 2016 because there was a Pokemon Symphony tour that took place there as well. And all in all, it's just an honor to be able to have been on good terms with him. And then he, you know, took a couple pictures with me. We took pictures together. It was great. So yeah, Jaren Moore, thank you for everything, my good man. It's been a pleasure meeting you and working with you. Messy, you changed your Twitter handle? When did you do that? Okay. Well, this is my friend MSX. I call him Messy for short, because it's just faster to say that. And his Twitter handle used to be Mega Man Sonic X, which is what MSX stands for. But I guess he recently changed it to Golden Dreamcast. Well, Messy is a high school friend of mine. Much like Shruby and Pelt from earlier, he's been in a lot of my YouTube videos back in the day. He's still occasionally in some of my videos for things like Splatoon. And I think he was in some of my Mario Kart 8 Wii U videos as well. But in any case, he's been in a lot of my videos. He is a big Sonic fan, so whenever I'd play Sonic games, he was usually a guest in them. And he's a big Dreamcast guy, which I'm assuming is why he changed his name to Golden Dreamcast. His real name is Michael, so the Darmanitan that I use to compete in Pokemon to this day is named after him. However, because I caught the Darmanitan in a Japanese copy of Pokemon Black and White, I could only fit 5 letters, so I had to spell the name M-I-K-E-L, which is not how you spell his name. But otherwise, I saw Michael not too long ago because we went to see Puss in Boots, which we also saw with Shruby, and then he and I played Smash Ultimate just a couple of weeks back, and we play Smash Ultimate basically every Friday night to this day. So, yeah, Messy, thank you for everything, man. I hope you're doing well. Bill Trinen! So, for you youngins out there, let me tell you a little bit about a man named Bill Trinen, alright? Bill Trinen, for a good long while, and maybe still to this day, was kind of like the second in command at Nintendo. Not the vice president, but basically the next biggest guy who got to be actively involved with major decisions at Nintendo. Now, he was primarily a translator, and that might be how you may know about him, is that he used to be Miyamoto's main translator. He's done a lot of translation work on video games. You'll see his names in a lot of credits for games that were on the NES, SNES, N64. I don't know if you'll see his names as frequently these days, but he's around. You might also know him. There's that video that Nintendo made to promote the Nintendo World Championships in 2015, and the video ends with Reggie walking up to Bill and being like, "Oh, Bill, hey, you're fired." Bill's a great guy. I've met him a number of times, to the point where he's now come up and said hi to me at events. And that is such a huge level of validation. I am so honored. I guess, to be fair, I've taken a photo with him at basically every event I've ever attended. But he's a fantastic guy. He's really funny. He's really smart. He's like, he'll talk about economics and stuff. Obviously, he's very good with Japanese, so because he's a professional translator for people, you can speak to him and he'll immediately recite everything you just said in Japanese and vice versa. Yeah, he's primarily a translator, but he is a very, very good translator. Let me go ahead and lower the volume a little bit on this. I guess I make it a little louder, but then make this a little quieter, huh? Let's try that. Alright, hopefully the music's still good. Alright! We have Dominic! Yeah, so Dominic, Ultranic24, is a longtime friend of mine. he and I became friends because we were trying to play Smash 3DS with each other. So Smash 3DS was that interesting time where it came out a couple months before Smash Wii U, so it had this big explosion of people that were trying to do videos on it, and then Smash Wii U came out and everyone shifted over to that. But because of that, when Smash 3DS came out, Dominic was one of the first people that regularly did videos with me. There were a couple of other people as well, but Dominic was like the main guy. And excuse me. Dominic's been in a variety of my videos. We played Smash Wii U, we played Splatoon, we played Mario Kart. I did an April Fool's video with him last year, but outside of that, I don't think I've done a video with him in a long time, and I think even since then I haven't done a video with him. But yeah, nothing really bad happened. He's probably playing Street Fighter 6 if I had to guess, because I see him tweet about it every once in a while. But yeah, like, Dominic's a good friend, and I hope that he is continuing to do well. Dominic, thank you for everything, my man. Yo, Clay is here? Hi, Clay. Thank you for joining us. Don't worry, Clay, we'll get to you. I'm afraid you're near the end, though, so you're going to have to wait your turn. I'm going in order from oldest to newest, and since I met you at PAX East this year, you're on the more recent side. I've got 420 people to go through, and I've gone through maybe like 30 of them, so we'll see. Alright. This song is from Bust-A-Move Universe for the Wii. So, in case you guys were curious about that. This song is not from Panel to Pawn. The song is from Bust-A-Move Universe. I had Panel to Pawn music playing earlier, though. And there's probably still one or two songs in the playlist. Yeah, okay. Alright, shall we move on to Matthew Morandi? Okay. So, Matthew Morandi is also known as Yoshi1Up, and he was an animator back in the day, a sprite animator. One animation you might know him for is this Merry Christmas Mario and Luigi animation, where Mario is singing Jingle Bells, and Luigi slides up to him and goes like, "Shut up before I stab you!" Morandi made that. And I had the pleasure of meeting with him and doing several videos with him. He reminded me of a memory that I had with him back in E3 2015. So in 2015, he came into town. He stayed at my place for 1 or 2 nights. And okay, so the Nintendo World Championships in 2015 took place the day before, or like 2 days before E3 started. And because of that, you had to wait in line to go to the Nintendo World Championships, and you had a chance to go to the front of the line. Now, if you dressed up as a Nintendo character, your odds of going to the front of the line were increased because a Nintendo employee might come around, say, "Cool cosplay!" And then they would give you a ticket so you could go sit down at the front. And I had that luxury. However, they said I could only bring one person with me. Well, I wound up sneaking in like 4 or 5 people. But it worked out! And we got in like the 3rd or 4th row from the front, and we had these awesome seats, and Morandi was beside me, and we had an awesome time. And then, when E3 proper came around, there was a stage, and they were inviting people onto the stage to, like, do Mario Maker challenges or Woolly World challenges, because that was what Nintendo was showing that year. And Charles Martinet was there doing impressions or whatever, and he was saying, like, who from the crowd should come up to do impressions with me? And I pointed to Morandi, and they let Morandi up. So, that's... he reminded me of that just the other day, and I forgot about that. I was like, oh yeah. And yeah, and then the other joke we had was we played Metroid Prime Federation Forces multiplayer mode, Blast Ball at E3. So we had this joke where we just kept going around saying, Blast Ball! Blast Ball! And then I got a gold pin, a gold 30th, or gold 25th anniversary, or 30th anniversary Mario pin at E3. And I remember he's like, how come you got one for saying Blast Ball? And I was like, I don't know. Blast Ball! Yeah, Randy's been a good guy to me. Very talented guy. He's been very supportive of me over the years, and I really appreciate that. So, Randy, if you're watching this, I hope you're doing well, my man. Alright, Matthew Mannheimer. So, some of you might know Matthew Mannheimer as the former owner of Tails Channel. He doesn't own Tails Channel anymore. He's since gone off to do his own thing. And I don't think I've spoken to him since pre-pandemic, or maybe like the first month or 2 of the pandemic. I haven't spoken to him in a long time. He and I used to do everything together. He and I roomed together for PAX East 2015 and E3 2015 and PAX East, PAX West. I don't know. We did a bunch of stuff together. And he lived in California for a time because he was interning at Sega. And I remember, like, he was looking for friends to hang out with, and he invited me, and we hung out, and we had an awesome time. And oh, this song playing right now is from Kirby's Adventure. The song playing is the forest theme from Kirby's Adventure. Specifically, this is the remix that's in Kirby's Air Ride. So, here we go. Speaking of Kirby music, if you were a fan of Kirby GameCube games, you might be familiar with this song. Although it never appeared in a Kirby GameCube game, but it does appear in Kirby's Return to Dreamland. Alright, here we go. So yeah, Matthew Mannheimer was a very, very good friend of mine. He was in all sorts of my videos. That dude was so freaking funny. I remember we were playing the multiplayer of Shadow the Hedgehog, and I remember the video ends. It's my favorite part. He goes, "Hey, Yoshiller, I've got a good idea." I was like, "Yeah, what's up?" And then he stands up, takes a sip of a drink, and goes, "Have a good day." And then he walks out that door. We filmed it in here. He just walks right out that door. And I just burst out laughing. Oh my god, that guy is so funny, dude. Yeah, he is such a good guy. And I hope for the best. I haven't spoken to him in a long time, but I hope he's okay. I think he lives, or at least lived in Georgia, so I just haven't seen him in forever. Haven't spoken to him in forever, but yeah. I hope he's okay. Matt Mannheimer, thank you for everything, man. You're a good friend. I hope you're doing well. Alright, Bond of Games. So he was not always called Bond of Games. I'm going to call him out. He used to be called Blah Blah LPs. And around that Smash 3DS era, when I was looking for players to play against, Blah Blah LPs, or I guess now Bond of Games, stepped up to the plate. So we played a bunch of Smash 3DS, and then later on Wii U, and then probably later on Mario Kart, and all sorts of other stuff. And yeah, he's another content creator in the content creating space. I don't think I've ever met him in person, but we've known each other a long time. I was recently on his channel, or I guess like a year ago now, but I was on his channel not too long ago to play Mario Strikers Battle League on the Switch. So we're still on good terms. We just don't chat with each other as regularly as we used to. But yeah, Bond of Games, Blah Blah LPs, a good friend. Plenty of Smash memories made with this guy. Good times, good times. Jonathan, thank you for everything, man. I appreciate it. Alright, let's see here. PK Sparks! PK, one of the greatest people I've ever had the pleasure to meet. PK is such a genuine guy. I must have met him because we were either trying to do videos of Mario Kart 8 or Smash Wii U. But we met, and we would later go on to hang out and meet with each other for several different events going on in the future. Oh, time out. YouTube is actually saying I need to run an ad. It's telling me to run an ad. So we're going to go ahead and have it run an ad. And then I'll go back to talking about PK Sparks, okay? So we're going to pause the music. Although some of you might have ad block or something, right? So maybe we'll keep the music going and we'll just raise the volume. Alright, folks, I guess I'm taking a break whether I want to or not. Here we go. Alright, that's enough. That's enough. That should do it. Okay. PK Sparks, I met him in 2014 or 2015. I remember at PAX East 2015, Chuggaaconroy invited me to compete in this Smash Wii U tourney that he was hosting on his collaborative channel, The Runaway Guys. And Matt Mannheimer was chatting with PK Sparks, and PK Sparks was mentioning the Smash tourney to Matt Mannheimer. And Matt's like, oh yeah, Yo Schiller's on that. And PK's like, really? And so I was like, yeah, I guess I'll see you in the tourney. And little did we know that we would be the two finalists. We would pair against each other, and PK Sparks was the one that won. But PK Sparks has been a very, very, very amazing person to know. And just the other day, I went into a stream, and I just stop by people's streams from time to time and donate like $5 just to show my support. And he said I was one of his favorite people. And that really resonated with me, and I was like, you know, a lot of people. That means a lot. And he goes, well, you're one of the most genuine people I know, so thank you. And I said, thank you. So, PK Sparks is a very, very good guy, and I'm glad that I get to know him. PK, thank you for everything, man. I really appreciate it. Now I'm going to drink some water because there's going to be a lot more sentimental ones coming up. Alright. If I start crying on stream, I apologize in advance. Alright. Anime Rap Takeover. So, there are a lot of rap channels. Like, you guys know Epic Rap Battles of History, right? Well, there are a lot of people that do Epic Rap Battles, but for other topics. And a big one was Video Game Rap Battles, which was hosted by my friend Cam. Now, Cam has since then changed Twitter accounts. We'll see his personal account a little later on. But this was originally his personal account, I think. And then that changed into Anime Rap Takeover. Like, he gave up his Twitter account and then gave it to a group because it had a decent following. I think, am I getting this wrong? I mean, that's him right there, Cam Steady. I think this is right. Okay, well, even so, he is a friend of mine that later like recreated his Twitter account, and then this Twitter account was hosted by someone else. So I know this Twitter account because of Cam, the host of Video Game Rap Battles. We'll get to that in a little bit. So this is a group of my friends that do rap, and I will go over a couple more of them as time goes on. But yeah, if you like video game characters and you like epic rap battles of history or other fictional characters, that's kind of what this is. So they followed me, I figured I'd follow them back. Alright, I believe this guy's name, I don't remember his actual name, but I'll tell you how I know him. He's a journalist. He's a journalist. He was a big journalist that was friends with Tails channel, and he writes for My Nintendo News. And as such, I used to write for Nintendo News websites as well. You're going to see that in just a moment. And he and I consulted each other a couple of times. And, you know, journalists follow other journalists. And him being a big Sega and Nintendo journalist definitely is something that is important to me. So, I think he's, yeah, I guess he's still writing. I don't write for Nintendo News anymore, but he does, and that's how I know him. I don't know if I have a personal story with him, I'm afraid. The closest thing I can think of is he made an article about how Sega was not sending out review copies for Mario and Sonic at the 2016 Rio Olympic Games. And that was mostly true, except they randomly sent me a review copy. Now, I guess it was technically Nintendo that sent me a review copy, and I have the game. It's sitting up on my shelf, but I had to be like, well, they gave me a copy. And then I got to help him rework that story. But yeah, he's a great journalist. I've used his articles as citations and sources all the time in a lot of the news that I've written. And I'm glad that we can still, at the very least, follow each other and be mutual. So that's pretty cool. Alright, so I'm gonna do these next two together. This is Kit Ellis and Krista Yang. They currently run a YouTube channel called Kit and Krista. That's why I'm doing them together. So Kit and Krista are former Nintendo employees that used to run a show called Nintendo Minutes. And Nintendo Minute was kind of a hodgepodge Nintendo show. That is to say, it was like a cross between a podcast, a talk show, and then like a gameplay preview show and vlogs and whatever. It was basically two people at Nintendo just talking and showcasing what Nintendo had to offer. And that was kind of fun. And the show sometimes had a little difficulty finding its footing, but ultimately it allowed Nintendo to have a more friendly and personal approach with its audience. So they could have two, basically, spokespeople that would just be able to interact with the Nintendo community. And they interacted with me. Now, the reason they follow me, I'm going to explain. Folks, do not do what I did, okay? Please don't do this. I was a fool to do this, and I got lucky. Alright? I once walked 25 miles from San Francisco to visit Nintendo's California office. I walked. And I was not super healthy about it either. I was eating a lot of sugar and drinking a lot of juice when I should have been having a whole lot more water, or should have been drinking, like, not energy drinks, but like sports drinks, like Gatorade or something, right? Like that's what you're supposed to do when you do long bits of exercise. And I got to their office, and I met with the front desk lady, and the front desk lady was very nice, but she basically said, "You can't come in." I said, "Okay." She gave me, the front desk lady gave me a bunch of things. She gave me Wii Fit socks, which are way too small for my feet, because I got, you know, big giant feet. And she gave me these thank you cards. And so I took a thank you card, and I said thank you on it. And the other thing, the other side to the story that I kind of forgot to tell up to this point. In 2014, Nintendo Minute did something called Know Yo Nintendo. Know Yo Nintendo was basically a bunch of Nintendo employees going around the Nintendo booth at PAX asking people different trivia questions about Nintendo, and then they used the footage in an episode of Nintendo Minute. And one of the people they asked was me. And I got one. They asked me like 6 questions, but they only used footage of me for 2 questions or so, and I got one right and I got one wrong. The one I got right was, what are Peach's side smash attacks in Super Smash Bros.? And it was a golf club, a frying pan, and... oh god, am I really gonna blank out? Frying pan, golf club, and a tennis racket. Tennis racket. And I got that right. And then they asked, how many jumps does Meta Knight have in Super Smash Bros.? And I still can't get this right. I thought it was 5 and the answer is 6, or I thought it was 6 and the answer is 5, but I got that wrong, and that's one of the clips they played. Anyway, so when I wrote this thank you note when I visited the Nintendo office, I said thanks for featuring me on Nintendo Minute, Kit and Krista, because I knew they worked out of that office. And they saw that, and then they must have tracked down my Twitter and followed me, and I appreciated it ever since. And so when I went to PAX East in 2015, they featured me on Nintendo Minute, like proper. And they even gave me like a little lower third, like a little thing that goes at this part of the screen that says, "Yo, Schiller!" And since then, I was on Nintendo Minute quite a number of times. So that was actually really, really cool. And I'm glad that I can, at the very least, call them mutuals and affiliates. So, Kit and Krista, thank you for everything. I owe you. I hope your YouTube channel and podcast goes well, and thank you for everything. Jawbreakers are real candy. I don't like them, but they're real. They're not as big as they are in Ed, Ed, Eddie, where they're like this big because you can't fit that in your mouth. But like you can get some that are like yay big. They're pretty big, and they do break your jaws. Hence the name. You're just supposed to like suck on them for like an hour. It's not my thing. I prefer to have candy that I can chew. But yeah, Jawbreakers are real. They're absolutely real. That's why Ed and Eddie like parodied them. It was a non-trademarked candy. Oh guys, here we go. Guys, it's the Furret song. I don't know why it's the Furret song. This is a song from Pokemon Black and White, a game that Furret isn't even in. But then, like, someone posts a clip of this song and then, like, a video of Furret walking in place. And now it's the Furret song. We're just gonna let this song play out. Peanut! Hello! Thank you for stopping by, Peanut! We're 2 hours in. I'm only like 50 people in out of 420. Oh, God. Yeah. We're listening to... I have like a mostly random assortment of music playing. And we have the Furret song playing right now. So I'm taking a quick break. This is my friend Peanut. He was recently in one of my Splatoon videos. Oh, Peanut, we're gonna be here for like another 4 hours, dude. Alright, the first song is over. Let's get back to it. What song do we have next? Okay, you have Sky Arrow Bridge. Cool, let's get into it. Vash! So Vash is someone that I met through a circle of friends. I used to be part of this Skype group. Yeah, remember Skype? I used to be part of the Skype group. It had Dominic in it. It had Tails channel in it. It had Bond of Games in it. There were a bunch of people in it. And one of the people in it was Vash. And Vash was a pretty chill guy. And I like randomly followed him on Twitter one day, and then he followed me back. We've seen each other once or twice since then, and we've engaged with tweets that one another has made, but we don't work together too much. But yeah, Vash is just a good guy. Anytime his name has been brought up with someone else I've worked with, so like Gerard the Completionist knows him, for example, only good things to say about Vash, and I think that's cool that he considers me a mutual or a friend. I remember just the other day, like, he tweeted out a picture of a bulldog that he has, and I was like, oh, he looks like a good boy. And Vash was just like, he is a good boy. So yeah, Vash, I hope you're doing well, man. I see you're an AverMedia partner. Well, that's pretty cool. We're going to get to AverMedia in a little bit. But yeah, alright. Vash, hope you're doing well. Thank you for everything, man. Nebrock! Nebrock and I played a lot of Smash Wii U back in the day, but Nebrock rose in popularity because he was very good at posing 3D models of characters and exporting renders of them. So, you know those renders you see of characters that are in Super Smash Bros. Where when Smash Wii U was coming out, there was a pose of Mario holding the fireball or Kirby sitting down or whatever? Well, Nebrock would do that, but he would make custom renders and poses of characters because people wanted variety in their thumbnails. They wanted to have more unique thumbnails, so he would download the models for these characters, pose them in whatever ways himself, and then export them. And that's how I met them. He was also just super funny. He's the reason... I don't know. I had some of my favorite sessions in Smash Wii U. He always had the funniest Miis. Always had just like a great chaotic sense of humor. Just very, very fun guy. Talented guy. Nebrock, I hope you're doing well, my man. Alright. We got Pokémon music playing, by the way. Meika. I don't really remember how to pronounce her name, and to be honest, I haven't spoken to her in a while. But before I was talking about how I used to be in a big Skype group with a bunch of other creators, pretty sure she was in that group as well. I think I met her in person at PAX East or E3, but then I think that might have been my only time actually meeting her in person. But obviously, I've got no bad blood with her because I still follow her and she still follows me, but I have not had an interaction with her in probably 7-8 years. But hey, Meika, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I hope I'm not offending you, but I hope you're doing well. Sorry, I wish I had more to say. Yeah, I remember Donkey Kong as well. He was such a leader of the bunch. I knew him pretty well. He had a coconut gun that fired in spurts. Called him DK for Donkey Kong. Alright. Don Koopman. So, folks, get this, alright? Don Koopman really did help me get to where I am today. And I used to write for a Nintendo news website called Go Nintendo. And I am not so certain I would have had that opportunity if it weren't for Don Koopman. Because Don also used to write for Go Nintendo. And Don Koopman also has been in a lot of my videos. He is affiliated with Nintendo of Europe. He and I have hung out in person at events like E3 and PAX and whatnot. And he's just all around like a very sweet, nice guy. I have plenty of good memories with him. Look, his favorite Pokemon is Wooper. Like, what can you not like about that? It's Wooper! One of my favorite Pokemon is Quagsire. Like, it's all so great. Yeah, so Don has been the cause of a lot of great opportunities to happen to me, and he's just been a very pleasant guy to be around. Don, thank you for everything, my good man. The Cartoon Gamer! So, some of you might know the Cartoon Gamer as the Cartoon Gamer 8000 on YouTube. He did a lot of videos regarding the Pokemon anime, and I believe that's how I found him as well. And so I was like, I gotta collaborate with this guy. I gotta work with this guy. His videos are so good. He is so good at what he does. I gotta work with him. And we wound up playing Smash 3DS sometime down the line. And I think maybe Smash Wii U as well, but definitely Smash 3DS. And I don't know, I like his voice. I like how he does his research. These days, he edits for Did You Know Gaming, so a lot of the big videos that you see on Did You Know Gaming right now are because of him. He is a very, very generous fellow. I'm glad that I did have the opportunity to collaborate with him, and I'm glad that I can call him a friend. So, the Cartoon Gamer gaming experience, thank you for everything, my good man. Alright. Folks, we're going to start getting into some controversial ones, okay? But you don't have to agree with who I follow, okay? I just want to make it very clear. I'm just here to explain who I follow and why, but if someone does have a little bit of drama, I feel that it is fair for me to address it if it's public knowledge. Okay? Is that fair with everybody? Okay. D1! So, D1 back in the day was a very big, if not the biggest, Smash commentator. You might remember him from when Nintendo had that big Smash tourney at E3 2014. He was the one that shouted, Mega Man! Super Fighting Robot! That was him. He's the hype commentator. And he is a guy that followed me after I met him at a fair share of events, and he's been very supportive of me, and I'm very appreciative of that. He has kind of removed his social media presence. I think he's trying to get back into streaming, but otherwise he's kind of disappeared following some drama. But as far as I'm concerned, he's been nothing but supportive of me. He's always had a very professional demeanor when I've worked around him. I can't speak for his personal life or personal issues, but he's been a very helpful person in my life. So, D1, thank you for everything. You're a very fun commentator, and I hope the best for you, man. Yeah, to address the elephant in the room, he got canceled because I think he got drunk with someone one night and did some very inappropriate actions. And obviously that's inexcusable. I'm not defending him. That said, I don't think he can't be redeemed either. So that's why I choose to keep following him. You know, obviously I'm not the victim, so I can't, it doesn't matter what I say, but I choose to follow him for the reasons like I said. He's been nothing but supportive of me, and the issues he's created are conflicts that do not, like, overlap with my life that much, if that makes sense. Have I talked to him recently? No, I haven't spoken to him in a while. Although I might have stopped by one of his streams and, like, just, like, thrown $5 his way or something, probably. So, I think a lot of people should not have their lives come to an end when something like that happens. Yes, Kasai, Gamma, this is live! This is live, so if you have questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Otherwise, I'm going through all the people I follow on Twitter. So, alright. So, alright. I know who this is. I don't think I should go into too much detail about this, because clearly this is someone who's trying to change accounts. If this is who I think it is, I'm going to try and speak in some sort of code, but this is someone that used to be in a group chat with a bunch of other YouTubers and myself. This is someone that used to be in a lot of my Smash Wii U videos, and this is someone that I find to be a very talented individual. However, this person has chosen to switch over to new social media accounts, and I don't know what that new social media account is, and as such, I do not feel comfortable talking about the previous social media accounts, but it was not always called Dead Gmode. It was not always called that. That said, this person has been very kind to me, and I'm glad to have known this person. I guess life goes on. You guys want me to drink water? Why are we all talking about water? Alright, I got water. I'm good to go. I'm good to go. Alright. Are you guys ready for Life Arrow? So, Life Arrow, I don't remember the exact encounter I had with him, but I can tell you one of the first experiences I had with him. So I did a Smash Wii U video with him, and the video was semi-successful, and then the following day, I went onto someone else's stream, and I said something moronic. But you know what else is new, right? I said something to the effect of, hey, you know what? Whether you like or dislike my video, I appreciate the support. And that caused a whole flock of people to go and dislike my most recent video, which is the one that featured Lythero. You know what I think it was? I think it was, I was not allowed to go into someone's chat to promote a video of mine. They're like, you can't just come in here and ask someone to like your video. And I said, what if I come in here and ask someone to dislike my video? And they said, okay. So I linked the video and told everyone to dislike it. And they did. Then what started happening is they were like, LOL, let's go and dislike Yoshiller's other videos too. And I was like, wait, no. That goes beyond the realm of the joke, right? So we had to cancel that joke really quickly. But I think to this day, the Smash Wii U video I did with him has a ton of dislikes. You can't see them now because YouTube removed dislikes, but that is something that happened. Outside of that, Lythero is another one of those individuals who is so talented at everything he does. I wish I had the same skills as you. All of his videos are like professionally made. And I recently learned that he does have experience in television production. Like, I guess he used to work on some shows in Ireland and stuff like that. But still, his videos are so well done. And he is so funny. And he is such a nice guy. And I'm so jealous. He is a very talented individual. Please show him your support. He is a fantastic guy. Lythero. Yeah, we got the Pokemon Go nighttime music. I love this song. Remember the first time I heard this song, I was like in a gaze. I was like in a trance. I was like... So. Alright. Retro Studios. So when Retro Studios first opened their Twitter account, they went on like a follow spree. They were following people that interacted with them. So I got in on that immediately. I was like, yo, Retro Studios, I would really appreciate it if you followed me. And then like, just like that, I don't know if the snap is coming out. Just like that, they followed me. So Retro Studios are the company that makes the Donkey Kong Country Returns games. They make the Metroid Prime games. And with any luck, we'll eventually get Metroid Prime 4. But otherwise, Retro Studios is a fantastic company, and I'm honored to have them follow me. I, unfortunately, don't play a whole lot of Metroid. I know my chance is there with Metroid Prime Remastered. Donkey Kong Country is much more up my alley, but even then, I haven't played those games because I played them because my friend Shruby had them. So I played them because of him, but I've never sat down and played it just on my own because I don't own the game. So I still respect the craft of Retro Studios. I just don't own any of their games, but one of these days I'll sit down and properly play the Donkey Kong Country and the Metroid Prime games. Hey, wait, this is that Panel of Pawn song. Yeah. You guys were talking about Panel of Pawn music earlier, right? Like, this is the song. Right? This is what you guys wanted, right? Let's turn that up. Sherry, I talked about Shruby earlier in the stream. He was like one of the first people I followed. I said he was a high school friend, and then he's been in a lot of my videos. Yeah, well, Panel to Pawn, known in the West as Tetris Attack, is a fantastic game. And that's like the main theme of it. It's remixed in Super Smash Bros. It's called Lips Theme. Alright, here we go. Alright. Oh, the Cartoon Gamer is here! I didn't know you were watching! Oh, if I knew you were watching, I would have skipped over you. No, thanks for stopping by, the Cartoon Gamer. Alright. Alright. Yeah, Tetris Attack. Yeah, it's originally called Panel to Pawn. But, like, Nintendo tried to sell it in America, so they slapped Tetris on the title and changed the theming to Yoshi. Yeah. Alright, here we go. You guys ready? Lefty Heat. So Lefty Heat is another content creator that I used to work with a lot more. I met him because of Matthew Morandi. So Lefty Heat was another person that appeared in a fair share of my Super Smash Brothers for Wii U videos, and I think even Splatoon. I think I met him because I was looking for 4th players to join me for those videos, and then Morandi's like, I got someone. And Lefty Heat was another creator that was rising in the ranks. So he went and joined me. And I remember I asked him, I was like, Lefty Heat, are you left-handed? And he said yes. So we have that in common. We're both left-handed. Otherwise, he's another creator I haven't spoken to in a while, but I've got nothing but good vibes, good memories with him. So Lefty Heat, or Video Game Heat, I hope you're doing well, my man. Alright, there we go. You guys ready? We're getting into the big ones now. Oh, we're not. We're a little bit away from the big ones. But this is an important one for me. Alright? You guys are going to have no idea who this is. When I first started making videos on the internet, I was a huge fan of an online Flash series called Super Mario Bros. Z. Alright? Now, later on, we're going to get into the actual guy that made that series. But for now, I need to talk about this dude. Oh, that's a little loud. Melee! Okay. So, when Super Mario Bros. Z came out, it was like 2006, and I was in, I guess, 6th grade. So, I was a young, dumb kid who probably should not have been on the internet at the time. And at the time, I joined the Super Mario Bros. Z fan forums. Let's take a pause. YouTube's telling me to play ads again. Alright, ads it shall be. More ads. More ads, more fun. Give it a sec. I'm gonna check my phone in the meantime. I'm gonna check what those Twitter notifications are. I see. Here, you guys want Melee music? Here you go. Melee! Give it a second. I'm waiting for ads to like finish up because YouTube said I had to play them. Yeah, Peanut, you have the right idea. I used to have premium. I don't anymore. You will have my attention in just a moment. I wonder if you guys can like look at the reflection of my glasses and see what I'm looking at. Oh, this song slaps. The trophy theme. The song slaps. Okay, you guys ready? Okay, here we go. Alrighty. So, folks, here we are. So, Emma, zoom in and enhance does not make an image clearer. It makes it worse. All those movies are lying to you. Alright. Luigio was the name of someone I met when I was on the Super Mario Bros. Z fan forums back in the day, and this is him. He was basically one of my first friends on Super Mario Bros. Z fan forums. There were other people too. There was a guy named Dorko for You, Supreme Bunny, Master Godzilla. I don't remember all of them, but they checked in with me like a year or two ago too, and they even comment on my stuff to this day. But Luigio was another person in that group, and I thank him for being mature enough to put up with the young, stupid child that I was using the fan forums for a Flash animation while I was in the 6th grade. Now, Luigio, I don't really chat with on the regular, but he randomly followed me on Twitter one day, and I felt as though I owed it to him to follow him back. Okay. Cool. Okay. Alright, now this one's a little, if this is who I think it is, this is someone that I followed when I attended MagFest in 2015. I just get confused because everyone keeps changing their Twitter handles, and nowadays people are also changing their genders and pronouns, so I'm totally losing track of people. But I think this is someone that I met at MagFest 2015 who showed me, who said that they were a fan of me, showed me some artwork. I was like, dang, that's impressive. And then I followed back out of respect. I don't know that I was super close with this person, but obviously I followed this person, so some level of respect must be there. Alright, so Cat, I'm sorry, I wish I had more to say, but everyone keeps changing their names and their identities, and I don't remember every single person's stories. But I hope you're doing well. I see you got a Bachelor's of Fine Arts at DigiPen. I'm familiar with DigiPen because that's a college in Washington that I once considered going to. Keep up the good work. Alright, you guys ready for the big one? Gerard, the Completionist, has changed my life. I have had the opportunity to call Gerard a friend and a leader, and I am forever grateful for that. Okay? Gerard is a father figure of gaming channels on the internet. He was the host of G4. He obviously runs a show called The Completionist. He allowed me to edit for him for 4 or 5 years, and he is one of the greatest people I've ever had the pleasure to meet. So I initially met him probably at MagFest 2015, but obviously I didn't have like a working relationship with him yet. I met him at E3 2014. Oh my god, I met him at E3 2014, and I ought to know because the song that's playing right now is from Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Alright? I played Gerard at Super Smash Bros. For Wii U at E3 2014 on a big stage, and whoever won the match on that big stage got to walk away with a special limited edition Super Smash Bros. Medal. And Gerard won. And little did I know that I would wind up working for the man years later, and that medal is just dangling in his collection for me to remember that he beat me that day in June 2014. Let me lower the volume a little bit. Otherwise, Gerard is a fantastic guy. He is one of the most genuine people I've ever met. I had the pleasure to work with him from 2016 to 2020. I just saw him again not too long ago to help him with some technical equipment, so I'm glad that he still has a level of trust in me, and I'm glad that I can be trusted by him. He originally brought me on because he was editing, or he was trying... Gerard the Completionist originally brought me on as an editor because he was trying to launch a new channel that he called his personal channel. And I was fortunately provided the opportunity to be the editor for that channel. And he had 3 shows. He had a podcast. He had just kind of like a variety show where he would just sit down and talk about aspects of his life. And then he had a game challenge show called Battle Square. And I got to edit all 3. And I remember, like, a month after working for him, he sent me a text message just saying, like, hey, man, gonna be honest, I'm really proud of you. And that made me feel really good. And, yeah, he's always been supportive, and I'm glad that I get to know him, and I'm glad that I had all these opportunities with him. And there's one thing he said about me that's always stuck with me. I don't even know if he remembers that he said it, but he once said, you need to be careful asking Bradley to do something. And someone goes, why? And Gerard goes, because Bradley will do it. And that always meant so much to me, that he had positive things to say about me. So, Gerard, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for everything. I would not be where I am without you, and I hope for the best. If you ever need anything, I am more than willing to jump at the opportunity. Thank you so much. Yeah, Gerard's a good guy. He's very genuine. I would not have worked for him for 4 years if he was not genuine. Ultimately, I just wanted to pursue new opportunities, but I've always told him, like, if he needs help with something, he can contact me. And he's taken me up on that a couple of times. So. Alright. Too Many Games! Too Many Games is a convention I've never attended. I wanted to. In fact, at the time that I'm streaming this and recording this, Too Many Games just happened for this year. And there was a time in 2015 or 2016 where I considered going. Now, the reason they follow me was because at MagFest of 2015, they had a raffle where if you entered the raffle, you had a chance to win a ticket for Too Many Games. And I won the ticket, and I just still didn't go. Now, I do want to go. A lot of my fellow content creator friends go there all the time. And if I had gone in, say, like 2018 or 2019, that would have been another life-changing event. But alas, I didn't go. I must have just been busy or not had the money for it or something. Or what also might have changed as years went on, I wasn't working for Gerard yet, but once I started working for Gerard in 2016, 2017, I had to limit which conventions I could do. So that was basically like, I'm going to do E3, I'm going to do PAX, and maybe like one other, and then that's it. So, yeah, I never went to Too Many Games. One day. One day. Alright. CV Animation! So, CV Animation, you might better know as Jets. Jets has been in a lot of my videos over the years. I met him because of Matthew Morandi, because they are both sprite animators. These days, CV Animation, Jets, Louis Cruz, he is the lead animator for Death Battle, and I am very proud of him. He was in a lot of my Splatoon videos back in the day, and I remember I used to have a joke where I was like, Jets, Jets, Jets. What do you think you're doing, Jets? So, I used to do that. Jets has been a very supportive person of me, and he's a very talented animator, and I'm glad that I get to know him. And yeah, it's been a little while since I've spoken to him or worked with him, but he's animating away on Death Battle, and I think that's really, really cool. Good times. Good times. CV Animation, keep up the good work, man. Go Nintendo! So, folks, I used to write for a Nintendo news website called Go Nintendo. And back in the day, Go Nintendo was one of the biggest Nintendo news websites. It might still be. It's just that there's a lot now, so I've lost track. The leader of the website is known as Kevin Cassidy. And in case you guys are curious, I can probably prove this right now. Go Nintendo is officially followed by Nintendo of America. At least they were. There, yeah, right there. Right there. Nintendo of America follows Go Nintendo. In fact, I think they're like the third or fourth account that the Nintendo of America Twitter account ever followed. But they are a fantastic Nintendo news website. It's very casual and upfront. Like, we don't, I say we because I used to write for them, we don't, like, give you a whole paragraph blurb, just kind of, like, forcing you to read more words. Like, we kind of jump straight into the news story. And I got to write for them because the owner of the website, Kevin, was looking for extra writers, and I applied. And thanks to my friend Don's recommendation, he, the owner of Go Nintendo, gave me an opportunity to write for them. And I remember the first week I had to write for Go Nintendo was the week I flew out for PAX East. It was that same week. And I also got featured on Nintendo Minute that week as well. So I remember the owner of Go Nintendo was like, holy smokes, like I just hired this guy and then he's on Nintendo Minute. That's awesome. I think I even like took a screenshot of the tweet and have it saved somewhere just because I was like so happy about that. Yeah, so for 6 years or so, I wrote on Go Nintendo every Tuesday morning and Wednesday morning, and sometimes on Wednesday afternoons, and sometimes on weekends. That said, it sounds like a lot. The owner of this website, Kevin, that dude is a beast at finding Nintendo news and just like demolishing it. There would be times where I would, you know, I'd be up for my shift on Tuesday, Wednesday mornings, and I would try to write some news, and Kevin would jump in and be like, don't worry, I got it. And I was like, okay, I'm trying. He's like, I know you're trying. I got it. I was like, okay. But yeah, I wrote for 6 years, and I still use Go Nintendo for a lot of my news. And I, frankly, if you guys want Nintendo news, I genuinely recommend Go Nintendo as well. So, yeah, working for Go Nintendo was a nice little thing to put on my resume. It was a nice little thing to try out, and I am glad that I had the opportunity. I have nothing but respect for the owner. Alright, so at this point, I am attending PAX East, right? Because the first week I wrote for Go Nintendo was the week of PAX East. And then at this point, I'm going around and I'm meeting Lucajin, Awesome Face Prod, Pone Apples, Etika, HMK, Skyward Wing, Moody Pones, Some Call Me Johnny. That's all from PAX East, alright? So let's go through them one at a time. Alright? Lucajin. Why do I know her? Why do I follow her? Well, when I went to PAX East, I got invited to participate in a Smash Wii U tournament that was hosted by Chuggaaconroy and the Runaway Guys. Chuggaaconroy himself invited me, and then the brackets were randomized, and in the first round, I fought Proton John, another content creator who was known for usually winning these tournaments. And I fought him in the first match of the entire freaking tournament, and he was about to eliminate me, but I made a comeback and I won. Now, in case you guys don't know, Proton John is the husband of Lucajin. So, when I beat Proton John, my next opponent in the next round was Lucajin, who got a bye in the first round or something. So Lucajin comes up to me and says, well, you beat my husband, and I'm gonna be honest, I probably have no shot of beating you, so do you want to just mess around and teach me how to play? And I said, sure. So we sit down, and I'm like, alright, well, this is Super Smash Brothers. It was made by a guy named Masahiro Sakurai. He made Kirby. And meanwhile, I'm like wiping the floor with her. But yeah, Lucajin is so nice and so funny, and I'm glad that I can call her a friend. And then yeah, following that tourney, she and I followed each other on Twitter. So that's really, really fun. And that's how I met her, was because of that tourney. So Lucajin, thank you for everything. I hope you're doing well. I look forward to seeing you at future events. Awesome Face Prod, yeah. So as I'm going around PAX East and meeting a variety of people, one of the people that I come across is Awesome Face Prod, who is another talented creator in the gaming space. In more recent years, I have not done a whole lot with Awesome Face Prod, but I think we played Smash back in the day, and then he was in one of my videos for Animal Crossing New Horizons. Otherwise, I think he's trying different things. I don't recall if he's still making gaming videos. Not 100% certain, but I just remember him being a swell guy that I met at PAX East. I met him through like a friend of a friend. And when you go to conventions like that, it's one of those things where you meet a bunch of people, you all just kind of like start following each other. And Awesome Face Prod is one of the guys that stuck around. So good job, Awesome Face Prod, or Matt. Thank you for everything, man. I hope you're doing well. Alright, what else we got? Pone Apples! Peter, oh yeah! So, Pone Apples is just a very, very swell guy. He always had like a beanie on and then like some facial hair, and he was a chef. He tried to do gaming related cooking videos, and he also, you can see right here, he makes something called the Legends Cookbook, which is really, really cool. I'm pretty sure he's like the spearhead on that. And then the other thing I remember, and I think the reason we became friends, so my friend Charles animated the intro to Pone Apples' YouTube videos. So Pone Apples was able to come up to me and he was like, oh, you're Charles' friend, right? Yeah, he animated my YouTube videos. Or animated the intro to my YouTube videos. So we were able to hit it off from there, and then we hung out at PAX East like a lot. He was like one of the main guys that hung out with me. Like we went to the Runaway Guys panel and he sat beside me and he was just a very pleasant guy to be around. And all in all, I hope he's doing well. Thank you for everything, Pone Apples. Alright. Alright. Let's talk about Etika. Alright. So I met Etika at PAX East. I think at one point I wound up going to someone's hotel room. The person that roomed with me at PAX East was Matt Mannheimer, and he was friends with a lot more people at this time than I was. So when he would get invited to some place, he would usually invite me as well. So we went to some hotel room that had Etika there, and that's where I met him, and I took a picture with him. And I had business cards on me, but I wasn't, like, flaunting them around. And I remember I just saw one of my business cards on the floor. So I was like, hey, someone dropped one of my business cards. And Etika's like, oh, you're real smooth, huh? And then took it from me. And I was like, no, genuinely, like, I just saw one of my business cards on the ground. But whatever. From there, he followed me. And the dude has been nothing but nice to me. I know he went through some stuff. I was never actively involved in a lot of the things he was going through. But he was nothing but generous to me. I remember going to a Smash tourney, I think it was Paragon, in 2015 in southern Los Angeles, and he came up and said hi to me, and he had like a line of people following him because he's super famous, and he was like, you know, he like hugs me and he's like, hey guys, this is Yo Schiller, everyone say hi to Yo Schiller, and then everyone says hi, and then eventually I'm getting ready to leave Paragon, and I was like, hey Etika, I'm gonna leave, and he's like, why you gotta make me sad, man? And then he like gives me a quick hug, and then I head off. And then I remember even at EVO 2017, there was some drama that went down, and he checked in on me, like he sent me a Twitter DM to make sure that I was okay. So, yeah, I have good memories with Etika, and sadly, Etika is no longer with us. But I am happy to be able to say that I have positive memories with him, and I'm glad that he had positive memories of me too. So I'm glad we could create these positive memories while he was still around. MSX, I don't know how long you've been in the chat. I went over you already. You changed your Twitter handle? When did you do that? If you did that a long time ago, I'm sorry, I didn't notice. But thank you for stopping by the stream, and this is kind of like a whatever stream. So, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. Let me drink some water. 1 second. I got that Mega Man X6 music playing. Alright. Well, MSX, I went over you earlier. Let's see. Alright. Here we go. HMK! So I met HMK and Skyward Wing at the same time, because I met them both at PAX East. These are very, very big Zelda and Kingdom Hearts fans. And they work together all the time, hence why I met them both at the same time. And to this day, they still say hi to me all the time. HMK, okay, I may as well do them one at a time, right? Excuse me, give me a second. Oh, is my stomach okay? Give me 1 second. Alright. HMK is a fantastic guy. He and I have, like, fake beef with each other whenever we do recordings with each other. I remember even at PAX East, he was doing a panel, and I was sitting down, and he was talking about collaborating with people, and he was like, you know, I collaborate with Skyward Wing all the time, or I collaborate with this person all the time. And then I, like, put my hand up, and he's like, yo, Schiller, when are we doing Mario Kart again? And I was like, next week! That song that just played was from Bomberman 64, just the first one. Bomberman 64. I think that's like the level select music. This song is also from Bomberman 64. Okay. Yeah, so HMK is a very, very good guy. He brings a level of energy that I really, really like. We hung out a bit at PAX East. We hang out usually whenever we go to conventions. He's just a very fun guy to be around. Yeah, just like nothing but good energy with HMK. I'm glad that I can call him a friend. HMK, thank you for everything, man. Skyward Wing is someone I don't speak to as much as HMK, but I also have very good memories with him, and I also see him a lot at conventions. I do remember okay, if you guys ever saw the ARMS tourney at E3 2017, Skyward Wing was like the semi-finalist of that tourney. I think he was the semi-finalist, or I guess that would make him a finalist, right? Like he was the top 2, and it was cool because I was friends with him before that happened, so it was cool seeing my friend go on stage, and I was like, yeah, like, Sky, you gotta win. I was so happy for him. Otherwise, yeah, he and I hang out at events. He's been in a couple of my videos, I think usually Smash Wii U videos, and ultimately, he's just a good guy. I vouched for him once because Arlo, we'll get to Arlo in a little bit, Arlo was looking for guests to have on a podcast, and Skyward Wing said, oh, I want to be on it, and I said, I can vouch. And Arlo was like, okay, and now Arlo and Skyward Wing are friends, so good job. Yeah, but they deserve to be friends. Skyward Wing's a good guy. Skyward Wing, thank you for everything, man. I hope you're doing well. Sky did not win. He got second. Someone else, he lost to the guy that became the champion. The guy that became the champion then got to fight the creator of ARMS, and the creator of ARMS, I think, like, bodied him. It was actually kind of cool. It's kind of funny. Moody Pones is another person that I met at PAX East. I met her basically in the same circle as everyone else, as Sky and HMK. I don't nearly talk to her as much as, like, anyone else on my Twitter feed. That said, once again, I have nothing but good memories with her. She and I may have done something Pokemon related, if I'm not mistaken. But otherwise, it was a matter of I like had a great time hanging out with a bunch of people all at once. There's probably group photos of us, actually. There's probably group photos of Moody and Sky and HMK and probably Etika and myself all together. And that's probably how I met Moody. But yeah, I haven't spoken to her in a long time. Moody, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for everything. Oh, guys. We're moving into music from Bomberman 64, The Second Attack. It's that time. Alright. This is Some Call Me Johnny. Now, Some Call Me Johnny is a very popular YouTube reviewer, and the style of his reviews have always been admirable. I don't know how to describe them other than, like, they're fast, but they're not, like... He's got, like, a softer voice, but his reviews are very fast. Like, he's just talking about the game, he's not wasting time kind of fast. And I've always liked his review style, and I know a lot of people who will just randomly know him, and I think that's cool. The reason he and I follow each other, though, is because he was one of my opponents in the Smash Wii U Runaway Guys tourney. He was my... Oof, that must be my 3rd round opponent, and he almost eliminated me. But yeah, he's a very cool guy. I've wanted to do a couple videos with him on my channel, but the timing just never worked out. So, Johnny, I hope you're doing well, man. Thank you for everything. Your videos are top-notch. Keep up the great work. Kate Burning. You know, right before I started the stream, Kate made a joke saying, "Oh man, you're gonna do a stream where you talk about everyone you follow on Twitter, but you follow 420 people." And I'm like, yep, and you're gonna be one of the people that I talk about. Yeah, I think Some Call Me Johnny does something with the Sonic hacking community. I think he's like a judge in the Sonic modding contest or something. He's actively involved with the Sonic community in some regard. That much is definitely true. Didn't I fight Ted? No, I fought Johnny. I absolutely fought Johnny. So Kate has done a lot of work in actual video game companies. She's usually a social media manager. So she worked for Sega. She's worked for YouTube Gaming. I might have worked at Activision, but I knew her because she worked at Nintendo. And for a while, I'm pretty sure she was the social media manager for Nintendo. And I figured that out, and I followed her, and she followed me. And she is super funny. She made a tweet once. I don't know if this was her, but I'm pretty sure it was her, where she said, "My phone always autocorrects me. It always changes my words to ducking. It's never gonna be ducking. You know it's not gonna be ducking. Stop changing my autocorrect to ducking." Yeah, she's very, very funny, very, very supportive. She still engages with my tweets, like I said. She just did so today. And all in all, she's just like a very fun person who likes games and horses. And I just think that's so awesome. I have seen her at a couple of events. I think the first time I saw her in person was when I went to the Splatoon Mess Fest in 2015. So that was like I saw her going around like operating a camera or like tweeting out on a phone or something. So I was able to say hi to her there. But otherwise, I have not seen her in a while. Like maybe I saw her in passing at E3 2017 or something. But even so, she's always a delight. She's super fun. She's super funny. And I'm glad that I can, at the very least, call her a mutual, if not a friend. So, Kate, thank you for everything, and I hope you're doing well. If this is who I think it is, and I'm having a hard time telling because everyone keeps changing their Twitter identities, this is someone that followed me because I made a video talking about the Pokemon anime. And this is a very popular person on the Pokemon, or was a very popular Pokemon YouTuber. And this is someone that just respected the fact that I was able to talk about the Pokemon anime in a positive light. So this person followed me, and I followed them back. I don't know what this person's up to these days, but I figure if I follow this person back, then I must have had some sort of good experience with them. But it is one of those things where I was like, oh, big Pokemon creator follows me, I'll follow them back. We engaged with a couple of tweets. We had some good experiences. Now I don't know what this person is up to, but I hope that this person is doing well. Alright, YouTube's telling me I have to play ads again. Alright, I guess I gotta go take a break. Folks, enjoy the Bomberman music while I get the ads all set up. This is one of my favorite songs, like, ever, by the way. Alright, you guys ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Alright! This is a major one. This is Nairo. Now, if you don't know who Nairo is, back in the day, Nairo was one of the top Smash players basically ever. He competed in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, he competed in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, and he used to compete in Super Smash Bros. For Ultimate, or Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So, Nairo was like the top Smash guy. No, Kate did not voice Peach. That is a different person. So Nairo was a high-ranking, well-known Smash player who also made content and really made the rounds. He did a lot of work with Nintendo, showed up in a lot of interviews with actual news outlets and whatnot, and was just a major face of the fighting game community and Smash. And what ultimately happened was he got canceled following child grooming allegations. Now, I have good experiences with Nairo. Nairo has been nothing but supportive for me, and I have two fun stories to share with him. The first story I have to share with him is the way I met him. In 2015, I forget how it happened, but I was on a live stream with him, and it was like two of my other friends. I think Etika was there too. And each of us was taking turns fighting Nairo, and it becomes my turn. And Nairo mains Zero Suit Samus, and this is Smash Wii U. And I say, Nairo, I'm not gonna beat you. Is there anything, like, what's the worst possible matchup that I can have against you? And he's like, well, if you play as a character and we go to big battlefield, I can probably beat you pretty quickly. I said, all right, I'll play Little Mac. So I played Little Mac, he played Zero Suit Samus, he took me to big battlefield, and I think he beat me in exactly 30 seconds, or some ridiculously fast time, all right? So we started making jokes about it, and people started saying, "Rip Yo Schiller." You know, rest in peace, Yo Schiller. And then people started to tweet about it, and then people started to Photoshop my face onto tombstones, and that, like, you know, went all over Twitter. And then some people actually started to think that I had passed away, so we were like, okay, we have to cut the joke, But that was my introduction to Nairo, and it was really funny. My favorite E3 memory actually does involve Nairo. And I will tell it. I should have done this earlier. I have to go to the bathroom. Are you guys gonna be upset if I play another round of ads? I'm really sorry. I stood up to stretch, but I didn't have to go to the bathroom at the time. But now I have to go to the bathroom. I'll come back and I'll tell my favorite E3 story. Okay? Give me a moment. Be right back. Alright, you guys ready? Alright, so I know Nairo's a bit of a controversial figure now, but he did provide my best E3 memory, which was in E3 2017. I tried to qualify for the ARMS tourney, and in order to qualify for the tourney, you had to win like 6 times in a row. And one of the first people that I had to fight in the tourney was Nairo, and I won. And as a result, he got like a big crowd of people to start cheering for me and like gave me a hug and everything. And it was just a very pleasant memory. And so while I know that Nairo will not be looked on in a positive light probably ever again, that doesn't change the fact that for me, personally, he created a memory that to me was unforgettable. So for that reason, I thank Nairo. He doesn't really have a Twitter presence anymore, but we still follow each other, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Sherry, Nairo streams on YouTube. He doesn't stream on Twitch anymore because he's banned. He has a very popular audience on YouTube. I've even tuned into a couple of his streams, but he'll never compete in Smash. He'll never go to a Smash tourney again. That's more so what I mean. Like, Nintendo ended their endorsement of him and whatever. But, you know, like, I don't think... because a lot of people get mad at the stuff that he did, and rightfully so, right? But then when someone gets like canceled on social media, they're not. People don't want them to like have an opportunity to. How do I put this? When someone gets canceled, usually people say get help, and then people get help, and then people are like, well, I still don't think you should be allowed to do videos ever again. And it's like, well, that person shouldn't be allowed to stop having a life. Like, I'm not justifying what he did. I'm not justifying criminals or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, what Nairo did should not mark the end of his life. I think if he chooses to be a better person tomorrow, I think we should think positively of that. Like, is that fair? Alright, maybe I should move on. Maybe I should move on. Okay. Brian! So, when I was writing for Go Nintendo, another person that got brought onto the staff was this fellow known as Brian Rose. So where I was writing Tuesdays and Wednesdays, he, I think, was taking like some Wednesdays and Thursdays, maybe writing for other days of the week, but he was my fellow writer on the website. I also know that he happens to be a big fan of wrestling. And I think... I don't know if he still writes for other websites. I think he does. I wouldn't know which ones, though, but I think he's still trying to pursue a career in journalism. If nothing else, it was a pleasure working with him. He was very communicative with me while I did get to work with him, so I only have positive experiences with him. So, Brian, thank you very much for everything, man. I hope you're doing well. Omni! So, Omni is the fellow that drew my Twitter icon. And he drew that for me as a birthday present, and I'm always appreciative of that. Otherwise, Omni and I first met because we were randomly able to play against each other in Smash Wii U. Or I say random, like I had other friends that were playing Smash with him, and then I was like, can I join? And then I was able to join, and then we kind of hit it off from there. These days, we primarily play Splatoon with each other. We don't really play Smash Brothers. Most of you probably know Omni because he's the guy that did the Rayman leak. Alright? Everyone knows him for Rayman. But Omni... I follow and know a lot of talented people. Omni has got to be the most talented of the bunch. Like, the work that he does is so unparalleled, and he's so consistent with his quality that you know when he chooses to work on something, it's not just going to be good, it's going to be great. I am honored to be friends with this guy. Like, he was working on a mobile game. He showed me at PAX East 2020. And he's like, do you want to see it? And I said, sure. And, you know, there are a lot of people that, like, want to get into game development. They start with a mobile game because it's easier. And the game, like, feels like a high school or a college project, right? Not something AAA like Nintendo or something, right? And he showed me his mobile game, and I was playing it, and I was like, holy smokes, dude, like, this is unbelievably well made and polished and everything. I don't know, man. I am so amazed at his work. And I'm happy to call him a friend. Omni, thank you for everything, man. I hope you're doing well. Who's all in chat right now? I'm just curious. You guys don't have to be chatting. It's just like, if you guys have questions, you can ask me. It might take me like a minute or two to answer them, but I'll answer whatever I can. All good. Hello, Gil Silva. Thank you. Your presence is much appreciated. Okay. Shall we move on then? Yeah, we're still kind of like in the 2015, 2016 era, which I think is where I followed the most people. I've definitely slowed down as time has gone on. Okay. Gary Brolsma. Folks, if you used the internet like a long time ago, you might be familiar with a song called Numa Numa. This is the guy from the Numa Numa video. And I think he was even parodied in an episode of South Park. Like, I think it's his Twitter header. I'll double check that. Yeah! So his Twitter header is the scene of him when he's in South Park. And I think that that's so cool. Yeah, he's just a humble guy. I think he stopped by when I was in a live stream with someone else. Oh, I skipped over Proton John. Okay, I'll get to Proton John in a second. Yeah, so Gary Brolsma is the Numa Numa guy. And he's just like a super humble guy. And I was like, he follows me? Oh, I gotta follow him back. And every once in a while, he'll engage with a tweet of mine. And I don't know. This is like the first engagement with a celebrity I guess I've had. I think that's really cool. And he's just a good guy. And I hope he's doing well. Gary Brolsma, thank you, man. Keep up the great work. Alright. Proton John. So, I mean, Proton John is a member of the Runaway Guys. He's someone I fought when I was in the Runaway Guys Smash Wii U tourney. And I figure I followed Chugga. You're going to see later that I followed Nintendo Capri-san. Proton John is the third guy of the Runaway Guys, so I may as well follow him. And there was a time when I was trying to host a Smash Wii U session that consisted of everyone that I fought in the Runaway Guys Smash Wii U tourney. So it would have been like Proton John. Probably not. I don't think I asked Lucagen because I can only ask 3 people. So I was like, Proton John, some call me Johnny, and Tom Fox. And then I asked Proton John, and then we just like never followed up on it because the timing never worked for any of us. But yeah, I follow him. Proton John is great. I like him a lot. I tune into his streams every once in a while, and he's just a fun guy. So, Proton John, thank you for everything. I hope you're doing well. Sarah! So I met Sarah when I was at E3 2015. She, I think, used to work for Microsoft. Oh, it says right here, Microsoft Xbox. Yeah, she lives in Seattle. Yeah, so she said hi to me while I was waiting in line for stuff at E3 2015. She's just a producer that makes the rounds. She's a good contact to have in the industry. And she said hi to me. She chats with me every once in a while. It's been a couple of years since we last spoke, but you know, again, every once in a while she'll engage with a tweet or something. And she is an industry professional, and I've had nothing but good experiences with her, and I hope that she is able to continue pursuing her career as a producer in the gaming industry. Sarah, thank you for everything, and if you think Nintendo ever needs a video editor job, just let me know. Oh, this is going on a while. I've been streaming for 3 hours. Sorry. Alright, we'll get it. We'll get it. We're probably like 100 people, and we're probably... I might have to take a break and finish this another night. We gotta see how long this takes. If I'm only like halfway, I don't think I am halfway, but we'll see. Siler, Suninator. So, folks, this is my former Nintendo contact, and he is the reason that I, to this day, have a verification checkmark on my YouTube channel without having 100,000 subscribers. I met him at PAX East 2015 initially, and then followed up with him at E3 2015 because YouTube had a booth there. Because at both those events, YouTube was trying to push an initiative called YouTube Gaming. And YouTube Gaming wanted to have a bunch of content creators and influencers that were in the gaming space to help promote this side of their platform. And I was invited to that. So this was basically my manager at the time. And I remember Tails' channel and I all got to explore the YouTube headquarters in Northern California. And that was awesome. I was able to take pictures of what I could. And that was mainly thanks to this guy. So Suninator, thank you so much for everything. You literally are the reason I am where I am now, and I am in your debt. Thank you so much. Adriana! So I met Adriana probably at PAX East 2015. I think I followed her at E3 2015 or E3 2016, one or the other. We have group photos together. She's in the same circle as a lot of my other friends are, so it's such a reason that I should follow her. And ultimately, she's a very talented singer and performer. I think her voice appears in games for, what's it called, Crypt of the Necrodancer? So, or Cadence of Hyrule, both. Crypt of the Necrodancer and Cadence of Hyrule, the Zelda game. So that's really, really cool. So the fact that I can even be like a mutual of hers is awesome. Yeah, she's very, very talented. Yeah, I guess she was on Nintendo Minute, huh? And so I follow her because I have a lot of respect for her craft. So Adriana, thank you for everything. I hope you're doing well. Lexi. So I believe I met Lexi through my friend that I mentioned earlier, Bond of Games, or also known as Blah Blah LPs. And she was in videos that I think Bond of Games was hosting. So Bond of Games would host a video, would want 4 players, he would invite me, someone else, and usually Lexi. I'm pretty sure that's how we met. And so as a result of being in those videos, we wound up following each other on Twitter. And we've had great experiences with each other ever since. And Lexi, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for everything. What a Geek! Oh, What a Geek is such a good friend of mine. What can I say within a reasonable time limit? What a Geek, I believe I met through my other friend, Mega Man Sonic X, and I think the first game we ever played with each other was probably Smash Wii U, and Woody has just been a very fun and supportive friend in my life. We hung out in Los Angeles recently, and it was a pleasure being able to hang out with him. We played mini golf. And we went to Universal Studios, and outside of those, like, he's just a fun person to be around. He was my second player in my Kirby and the Forgotten Land walkthrough, and I had a blast playing that game with him. I remember we used to have this bit where we would play games, and we would always hit it off with each other so well, to the point where I would say, why don't we hang out more often? Like, why do we not hang out more often? And he would say, that's a good question. You should ask me tomorrow. And that was just always our bit. And eventually we did start hanging out, and it was great. So he's been in a lot of my videos, and I'm very grateful for that. And he's been very, very supportive of me in tough times. So, what a geek. Thank you for everything, man. I hope you're doing well. Gilly the Kid. So I believe I met Gilly the Kid through my friend Tails' channel, Matthew Mannheimer. And Gilly the Kid is basically the focal point of the reason that I get to do anything that I'm even able to do now. And I'll explain that in a moment. So if you don't know who Gilly the Kid is, Gilly the Kid, what is the song's name? Its song is Final Haunt from Shadow the Hedgehog. It's from Shadow the Hedgehog. So if you don't know who Gilly the Kid is a content creator on YouTube who primarily focuses in review-based content, and he's also a skater, and a musician, and an audio engineer, and the dude is incredibly talented. Now, I had the pleasure to voice chat with him. I think he was in a couple of my videos, and I think I'm not in any of his videos. I think he's in a couple of my videos. I don't know. Okay, so Gilly the Kid is the reason I got to work for Gerard the Completionist. Gilly the Kid is friends with a lot of other people in the gaming community. Like now, I'm friends with a lot of people in the gaming community too, but I would not be friends with those people, probably, if it weren't for Gilly the Kid. Gilly the Kid. Sorry, I'm like, I don't know why. Like, my body's slowing down all of a sudden. Gilly the Kid is really important to my career as a content creator because he is the one that referred me to Gerard the Completionist, and I would not have been able to work for Gerard without him. And then, you know, Gerard was a major figure in my life too, and I wouldn't have a lot of the opportunities that I have today without Gerard. But it all stems from Gilly the Kid, who, again, I cannot reiterate how talented this guy is. So if you have the opportunity, please go and support Gilly the Kid. He's a great guy. He's a great friend. He makes great content. Please show him your support. And Gilly, if you're watching this, thank you for everything, man. I would not be where I am without you, truly. So I owe you a lot. So if there's anything you ever need, please don't hesitate to reach out. YouTube Gaming! So YouTube tried to launch a gaming-focused initiative in 2015, simply called YouTube Gaming. That would ultimately evolve into just their regular streaming service, which I'm using right now to stream onto YouTube. But that started with YouTube Gaming, and I was one of the original influencers that was brought on board for it. Like, I actually got to go down to the YouTube space in Los Angeles and attend meetings and provide feedback and stuff. And so as a result, the YouTube Gaming Twitter account followed me. And every once in a while, they'll like give me a random retweet or they'll reply to me or something, and it just blows up my Twitter notifications. But it's very nice when they do it. And so, while I was not a big player in the YouTube gaming scene because I don't really like live streaming, I'm still willing to be a big gaming creator on YouTube. And I'm still grateful that YouTube Gaming has shown me their support. So, hey, YouTube Gaming, thank you so much for everything. JC! So, this is a Nintendo employee. He works at the Nintendo Treehouse, which means he's part of the translation team. And he's like one of the higher up, like highest of the higher up people. You've probably seen him in Nintendo Treehouse presentations, like when he's playing Smash with Sakurai and stuff. He's usually the guy there that's translating. He's got the headphones on and he's speaking in a little extension microphone. Very, very professional guy. So he and I follow each other because at E3 2015, I was waiting in line and he walked by and he was like, I know who you are. And then when I would go to future Nintendo events, he would usually be the guy that was there, and he would usually be basically my manager, I guess. Like, he was the one that made sure that I was recording games a certain way, and he was the one that would direct me into the VIP areas and stuff. I think he was also, he might still be, but I think he was the one that was in charge of the Nintendo Versus like side of things with the Twitter account and hosting tournaments and stuff like that. I know he wants to be, or he wanted to be a lot more involved with the like Smash competitive scene and stuff like that, so he spearheaded that whole project. But ultimately, he's part of the Treehouse, and he's a Nintendo employee and is a very, very swell guy. And you'll probably see him in future Nintendo Treehouse live streams as well. So please be sure to show him your support. And JC, thank you for everything, man. I really appreciate it. You got that Shantae music playing. Nintendiego is someone else I met while I was waiting in line at E3 2015. We just kind of hit it off while we were waiting in line. I believe at the time, he was in charge of managing Street Pass communities. You guys remember Street Pass on your 3DS? Well, I guess he was in charge of Street Pass San Diego. And then he drove up to E3, and then we hung out in line, and we had a great time. And so I followed him, and he followed me, and we've been following each other ever since. So hey, Nintendiego, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for everything, man. Alright, we have ads playing in just a moment, which is good, because I'm kind of getting tired. we're almost at 3.5 hours. So what I'm probably going to do, I'll probably go through like 10, 11, 12 more. And then we might have to stop this and continue it tomorrow or on Monday. Sorry, folks. I wanted to do it all in one go, but it's too much. And if we're only 3 hours in and I'm only like a quarter of the way done, that means it's going to be like a 12-hour process. And I'm kind of slowing down, so I'll do a couple more. But let's play some ads, and then I'll be back in just a moment. All right? See you guys in just a sec. I'll let the music keep playing though here. All right, and then boom, boom. And for you folks that have YouTube Premium. Holy smokes, Nintendo fangirls in the chat. Well, now I gotta keep going. Sorry, I thought I could play Pokemon Go for a split second, but I've been caught red-handed. You got me. Oh, Aeonic Bond. No, I don't think I got to you yet either. I don't think. I think you're both coming up. I mean, we can check how far away you guys are. Where I'm at right now. I'm at, I just did Nintendo Diego. Oh, when did I meet you guys? I don't think it's gonna happen. There. You're a ways up. What would this be? PAX East 2017, probably? It's gotta be, right? Okay. Alright. For now. Let me put this away. Let me focus on the stream. Alright. I mean, unless you guys want me to, like, speed through these, but I feel like it's more fun to give a heartfelt message to everyone I follow, because you guys are all so important to me. It is E3 2016, you're right. There we go. Alright. Well, speaking of E3, so, guys, check this out, alright? I was in a bunch of E3 videos, alright? And one such video was, I was in the Nintendo World Championships 2015 recap, and the guy who edited that video was this guy. Because I went to go play Star Fox Zero, and I was edited right... sorry, not edited. I went to go play Star Fox Zero, and right after I was done playing Star Fox Zero, I was interviewed right afterward. And then this guy like approached me saying, "You're busy, huh?" He's like, "Yeah, he was telling me he's the guy, or one of the guys, that's editing Nintendo's E3 videos. So I followed him. I don't think he works for Nintendo full time, but he's definitely a video editor. So it was cool meeting him. I followed him. I don't think I've spoken to him since, but he was definitely a swell guy when I met him at E3, so that was pretty cool. Alright. Thank you, Rob Schultz. Thank you for putting me in all those 2015 Nintendo videos. I appreciate it. Alright. Non-Trotsky. So this is a different guy. This was a major guy in the gaming industry. I think his name was Jonathan, but then he changed, he like rebranded his entire account, and I don't remember why. And I finally had the chance to meet him at like PAX East 2017, and he apparently is a major figure on the journalism side for the gaming industry. But I didn't really know him until I started writing for Go Nintendo, and I saw that Go Nintendo followed him. So I followed him, and then he followed me back. And I was finally able to meet him at 2017. And if I recall correctly, I'm not going to specifically show who this guy is, but if I recall correctly, dude's like got a big muscular like dad bod too, so that's pretty cool. Masayanilla! So, Masay and I officially followed each other. That must be E3 2015 or E3 2016 then. But Masay has been a longtime friend of mine. She and I met probably at PAX East 2015 because she was also at the Runaway Guys Smash Wii U tourney. She used to do a lot of work with Chuggaaconroy and whatnot. She and I don't chat a whole lot, but every once in a while she'll just like put a nice response on one of my tweets saying, hey, I hope you're doing well, and I've always appreciated that. I saw her briefly when I went to Atlanta to do the Pokemon 24-hour sleep versus with Marriland, Chuggaaconroy, and Cephazon, because she also lives in the area, so she came and grabbed dinner with us. So there's a group photo of us all at a Cheesecake Factory, because I think that was Chuggaaconroy's favorite. And then outside of that, I saw her for like 10 seconds at MagFest at the start of this year, but that was basically it. Otherwise, yeah, she's a very pleasant person to know, and I am glad that I can call her a friend. Masay, thank you for everything. You're a very talented individual. Keep up the great work. All right. Emmy. Has the music been really loud for like a lot of this? The music's kind of supposed to be ambient. It's not supposed to be, I'm not supposed to be competing with it. I'm looking at the audio levels and everyone's like, the audio's fine. And it's like, no, I need the audio to be like way lower, especially on a fast-paced song like this. So for the past like 4 or 5, if I've been like inaudible, I'm so sorry. Okay. Emmy is a well-known person in the Sonic community. She does a lot of Sonic fan work. I think she did like a radio show called Sonic and Tails R, where she actually worked with some of the former Sonic the Hedgehog voice actors. And I got to meet her at the Sonic 25th anniversary party at San Diego in 2016. So that was really cool. I think I met her because she was friends with Tails' channel, because he was doing a lot of Sonic news related stories. So Emmy basically got to get involved with that. And yeah, Emmy has been very nice to me. She's been very supportive to me. I remember like I randomly asked her 1 or 2 questions about like Disneyland, because she might have like worked there, or she's like gone there enough times or something like that, so she was able to answer some things for me that she was allowed to answer. And yeah, all in all, she's just been a very supportive friend, and I really appreciate it. So Emmy, hey, I hope all goes well for you. Thank you for everything. Oh, we got that Mighty Switch Force music playing now. That stuff's gonna be loud, so I'm gonna like really lower the audio here. All right. It's okay. I don't expect everyone to know everyone that I follow. That's kind of the idea. That's why I'm giving all these stories. Aaron Cybertron Zhang is one of the best Pokemon competitive players of all time. This dude regularly uploads videos on his YouTube channel where he's constantly trying out different competitive teams. Honestly, if you want to get into competitive Pokemon, you just start by watching his stuff. He's also, I think, a college professor. He's fantastic. I had the pleasure of battling him back in Pokemon X and Y, and he kicked my butt. And then I battled him in Pokemon Sword and Shield, and he beat me not with an Incineroar, but with a Torracat. And then I battled him again in a double battle for a Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, because we were trying to test out that competitive landscape. Yeah, and I had the pleasure to meet him at some Pokemon tournaments as well. Dude is unbelievably talented, unbelievably smart, and he wanted to pursue a dream of being able to balance content, his school life, and competing. And he did it. And he's one of the top players of all time now. Look at that. He's a 5 times regional champion and a 2 times national champion. And he's got these famous or infamous stories about him competing in Worlds. Like, one of the most infamous battles of all time features him in a Pokemon battle in Black 2 and White 2 where he misses like 5 times in a row. And he kind of embraces it now. But all in all, a major influence in the scene of competitive Pokemon, and as such an inspiration to me, and I'm happy to be able to call him a friend. So, Aaron, Cybertron, you really are an inspiration. Thank you for everything, man. Okay. Michael Hunter. So, he used to run a channel called Sonic's Channel. I guess he gave that up and wanted to pursue a career in voice acting. And you know what? He does have a knack for it. He's very good at providing a variety of different entertaining voices. He's even worked with my friend Charles a couple of times. I have not personally spoken to Michael in a little while, but we're still on good terms. He's spoken more recently to Charles than he's spoken to me. But I do hope he finds success in a career of voice acting because I think he can genuinely pull it off. So, Michael Hunter, hey, I know we haven't spoken in a while, but I hope you're doing well, and thank you for everything. Beryl. So, I met Beryl because she was living in California for a time, I think. And so, she would regularly see me at events like E3. So, she would say hi to me, take a picture, and then we wound up following each other on Twitter because she had some funny tweets. These days, her account is privated. That's her decision. But, yeah, I've had good experiences with her. We hung out at other events, too. I think, like E3 2016 and whatnot. I think we went to Santa Monica Pier as a group with a couple of other people. I don't 100% remember. All I do remember is that we've had positive experiences with one another, and obviously we still follow each other, and I figure that counts for something. So, hey, Beryl, thanks for hanging out. I don't remember the specifics of where and when we met. I just remember that it was a pleasure hanging out with you. I think we were like waiting in line at E3 2016 or maybe 2015, something. We were waiting in line for something. So it was really cool to hang out with you. Thank you for everything. Jake James Lugo is a journalist and writer who reached out to me once or twice regarding some gaming questions because I had connections with Nintendo, and I wish that I could recall exactly where we met. It might have been PAX East where we technically met, but then we maybe hung out a bit more at E3 or something. But even so, I have met him a couple of times. He's done like 1 or 2 interviews with me and stuff too, and I can really see his passion for trying to pursue journalism and writing. And I think that that's really, really admirable. So I can commend him on his journey to becoming a journalist. Jake James, thank you for everything. I hope you're doing well, and I wish you the best of luck. Nintendo of Europe! So folks, Nintendo, they have a Japanese office, that's their headquarters. They have an American office, that's where they do a lot of localization and advertising. And they have a European office, which as far as I understand it is also just a whole lot of translating. But, the Nintendo of Europe Twitter account sometimes has funnier tweets than the Nintendo of America Twitter account. So I follow them both. I think the reason I follow Nintendo of Europe is because when I made that tweet about Star Fox Zero at E3 2015 and Nintendo of America retweeted it, Nintendo of Europe retweeted it as well. So I kind of felt a little more obligated to follow them back. Also, they have different news sometimes than Nintendo of America. So because I was still writing for Go Nintendo at this time, it made sense for me to follow them both, especially since I would be writing for Go Nintendo in the early hours of the morning from like 4 a.m. Pacific time to like 9 a.m. Pacific time. And by the time 9 a.m. Pacific time rolled around, Nintendo of America would start doing their tweets for the day, but Nintendo of Europe might have been making 1 or 2 tweets along the way too. So it was beneficial to follow them both. But ultimately, I would advise that if you are a journalist or if you want to stay up to date with Nintendo news, you probably should follow both American and European outlets, because sometimes they have different information that gets revealed before one another. In Nintendo's case, the American branch is usually ahead, but for other companies, that might not always be true. Like sometimes Sega of Europe might be ahead of Sega of America or something, right? Either way, it was advantageous for me as a journalist at the time and as a Nintendo enthusiast to follow them both. Josh Jepson. Let's see. Did we first meet at PAX Prime 2014? I think we did, before it was called PAX West. And then we met again at PAX East 2015 because you were also in the Runaway Guys Smash Wii U tourney. I think so. Well, Josh Jepson is just an all-around fantastic guy, and I don't know what I can say that probably hasn't already been said. But I'll try to say stuff anyway, because that's the whole point of this video, right? So, Josh has been nothing but supportive of me. He's very funny. I always feel so flattered whenever he invites me to one of his videos. I think we bounce off of each other really, really well. I am flattered to be able to call him a friend, and I think that when it comes down to it, he really is a charismatic and fun individual. I think that he has the potential to achieve a lot of things as long as he keeps at it, and I think he's just a guy that gives off a whole lot of good vibes. I played Mario Party with him not too long ago as well. I was just like, didn't I just do something with him recently? Yeah, we played Mario Party 2 through Switch Online, and I'm glad that I was able to do that. I'm glad that I can still keep playing videos and playing games with Josh. Josh, you're a fantastic guy. I'm glad that I can call you a friend, and I hope that all goes well for you in the future. Keep up the good work, my man. Nothing happened to PAX Prime. It's now called PAX West because there's PAX East, and it didn't make sense to be like, well, one's called Prime, one's called East, so they just call it PAX West now. So, all right. Peach Toadstool. So this is the name of a friend of mine that you may know. He arranged the music that I used in my Splatoon 2 intro. He is a musician. He's worked in a couple of indie games as well. He's worked with GameXplain. He's even been in a couple of my Splatoon 2 videos. He just goes by the name of Peach Toadstool. Like, people used to call him Peach, and now he just embraces the Princess Toadstool, Peach Toadstool tag. I think we finally met in person as well at E3 2015 or E3 2016. His actual name is Matthew, but he goes by the name of Peach Toadstool. Yeah, he did my Splatoon 2 intro. He's a very, very talented individual. He likes to work with the Vocaloid sound fonts, so like Hatsune Miku and stuff like that. He's very, very good. I think he will hit it off someday. I mean, he worked for Studio Ravenheart. That's pretty big, if I recall correctly. So, Peach Toadstool, thank you for everything, man. You're a very talented individual, and I have no doubt that you will see success as a musician if you choose to keep pursuing it. Keep up the great work, my man. What else we got? Screenwave. Okay, so back in the day, if you wanted to make money on YouTube, you had to be partnered with what was called a YouTube partner program, or like a YouTube. Let me start that over. It wasn't called a YouTube partner program. That's what it's called now. Back in the day, if you wanted to make money on your YouTube videos, you had to partner with a company, and that company would be the ones that would talk with YouTube to enable advertisements on your videos. So they were basically called partnership companies. One of the biggest ones in the gaming space for a little while was Screenwave Media, and I believe that was because they were started by the Angry Video Game Nerd and his team. Multi-channel network, thank you. So these companies were called multi-channel networks, MCNs for short, and there's a lot of them. The big ones back in the day were Machinima, Fullscreen, and some of them were kind of shady, so people were often trying to find an MCN, a partnership company, that would genuinely try to work with their creators. So, Screenwave Media came to play. And these days, I don't think they're as much of an MCN. I think they are actually trying to make games. I think they helped develop or publish the Angry Video Game Nerd Adventures game that's on a couple of different consoles. And so, because I was partnered with them at one time, they followed me, and I followed them. And I was flattered by the fact that they would sometimes try to use me as an advertising spot. They were like, oh yeah, well, you know, we got a lot of different gaming creators in our program. We've got the Angry Video Game Nerd, we've got PK Sparks, we've got Yo Schiller. And I was like, oh wow, they use me as an advertisement. I'm flattered. Yeah, the Game Station and Maker. Yeah. Those were big ones too. Yeah, that was like you and Chuggaaconroy and a lot of other creators. I remember. I remember. I was jealous. I wanted what you guys had. What song is this? Oh, it's from Pizza Tower. Okay. Okay. I'll raise the audio a little bit. Oh, Nickel! So this was a popular creator that I had the pleasure to meet by attending a YouTube gaming event. So YouTube used to invite me to all sorts of events to help try to launch YouTube gaming, and one of the creators that was also there was Oh Nickel. Or maybe it wasn't a YouTube gaming event, but it was some sort of YouTube event, and Oh Nickel was there. And so it was one of those things where it was a networking opportunity. We were all exchanging information with one another, and he was a popular creator, and I was an up-and-coming creator, so we exchanged information with one another. And I'm pretty sure he still does content to this day. I think he has a channel with over 1 million subscribers. Dude is mad popular. I'm honored to be followed by him. And like a year or two ago, I checked out his content, and he was still making videos. And as far as I'm concerned, he's still crushing it. So, oh, Nickel, you are awesome, my man. Thank you for everything. Keep up the great work. I am glad that I can call you a mutual, if not a friend. So, thank you so much. Hi, Pecan Joe. Thanks for coming into the chat. All right, we're at the 3-hour 42-minute mark. I might do this for like 18 more minutes, and then I gotta stop, you guys. I'm kind of tired. All right. Treesicle. So in a similar vein to Oh Nickel, I went to a YouTube party, and the members of Treesicle were there. So Treesicle does a lot of videos. I believe their primary focus is like the story you never knew. So they unravel and unwrap these stories about fictional characters and companies and people and da-da-da-da-da. And it's a bunch of different people, and I follow the individual people separately. We'll get to them in a little bit. But their collective channel is called Treesicle. These guys are awesome. They have been very, very kind to me. I remember I even went to San Diego Comic-Con one night, and I took the train down. I needed a place to stay, and a couple of them live together and have a place in San Diego, and they let me stay with them, and that saved me for the night. So I'm grateful for them for that. We grabbed dinner at E3. What year would that have been? 2017, 2018? Probably 2018. And we went to California Pizza Kitchen, and I just offered to pay for dinner that day because I was just like happy to be able to hang out with everybody. So yeah, these guys are super supportive. I still work with a couple of them. A couple of them have been in my videos. Like we played Mario Kart and stuff. And all in all, it's just been a pleasure to be able to know these guys. They've been very, very nice and very, very supportive. So as I get to their individual accounts later on in this tweet, I'll be able to tell more and more about them. But as a whole, as the Treesicle team, they make some good work, and I strongly advise each of you to give their content a try. They've done fantastic work over the years. Are we out of music? Guys, I went through all 3 hours of my music. I'm gonna have to download some more tomorrow. We can take it from the top. From the top. The song's too quiet. Let's try that. Alright. Game Explain. So, back in the day, Nintendo used to invite me to events, and when I was at events, sometimes I would work with the other creators that were there. Like, I had ways of capturing gameplay footage, and sometimes their capture equipment might not work, so we would share gameplay footage with each other. At the time, I would go to these gaming events, and the main person I would work with was Ash Paulson, because he also lived in the Southern California area. So when Nintendo would invite us to events, they would start kind of pairing us together. And I remember when Super Smash Bros. Ultimate was coming out, when it was in development, they had a bunch of demos. Ash Paulson recorded a bunch of footage with me and put them on the Game Explain account. And, you know, there are all these people saying, like, why is this, like, Mega Man player so bad? It's because it was me, all right? I was not great at the Smash Ultimate demo, playing as characters and not being able to change my controls and just like getting excited in the moment. You know, I tried my best. I tried to make for some great gameplay, but obviously you're not going to see competitive level stuff from people who've only been playing a demo for 10 minutes, all right? Anyway, I worked with a lot of the people at Game Explain. We've shared footage with each other. I've lent my hand at helping them over the years, and they've been able to help me over the years too. So I am grateful that I have been able to work with them. So Game Explain is a gaming journalist company. Obviously, it says right here they post reviews, previews, in-depth analysis, and more. These days, my friend Tris works for them. So Tris has been crushing it, and he covers a bunch of Mario Kart Tour content. And we'll get to Tris in a little bit as well. But otherwise, yeah, Game Explain ultimately is a good stop for catching up on gaming content. So if you want to see gaming news and gaming content and previews and what have you, Game Explain's a pretty good time. Oh yeah, here we go. Yes, Ash Paulson of, now he's part of Good Vibes Gaming. He'll be on this Twitter list as well. But Ash Paulson of Good Vibes Gaming is Rob Paulson's son. The same Rob Paulson that voices Yakko and Carl Weezer. Ash Paulson is the son of that guy. In the past, Ash Paulson kind of wanted to not, like, mooch off of his father's success, but now I think he just more, like, embraces it. Alright, Tom Fox. So I first met Tom Fox because he was one of my opponents in the Runaway Guys Smash Wii U tourney back at PAX East. He's also just a very funny content creator. So I think it was PAX East 2019. Nintendo invited me to play a bunch of games like Link's Awakening and Luigi's Mansion 3, and they said I could bring a guest, and I was like, who do I want to bring? And I was going through people I followed on Twitter that I knew were going to be at PAX West. I was like, hey, Tom, you want to come play these games with me? And he was like, yeah. And then we just hung out and had a good time. Since then, he's been in a couple of my Mario Kart videos. Dude is mad funny. All right, Tom Fox is great. He's been very supportive of me. He's, like I said, he's been in a lot of my videos. He doesn't have to be in my videos, but he chooses to take the time out of his day to join me for like Mario Kart or Mario Party or something. So Tom is great. Tom, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you taking the time to give little old me a chance. So I hope you're doing well, and I hope the best works out for you. All right. I think we'll get, you know what, just because he's here, we'll get to Picanjo, and then we'll stop for the night, okay? All right, Picanjo, you're going to be the last one for tonight, okay? All right, here we go. Amiibo alerts. So, as someone who used to write for Go Nintendo, when I first started writing for them, one of the big hype crazes, one of the big news stories that constantly came around was news regarding Amiibo. And as a result, at the time, I followed a fair share of Amiibo-related Twitter accounts. And the big one for me was Amiibo alerts. Now, I do admit, I followed them because I also was trying to get Amiibo for myself, and I used them for my own advantage. But I did get to actually meet the people that run this Twitter account at events like E3, and they're very swell guys. But yeah, Amiibo alerts has been a very handy tool for me over the years. I obviously am not as hunt heavy for Amiibo as I was back in 2015 and 2016 and whatnot, but at the time they were very useful. And obviously they follow me, I still follow them, so that in that regard it's like a bit of a time capsule, just remembering, oh yeah, remember Amiibo and how crazy it was to have to collect all of those. So that was 2015, and we've followed each other, and we've stayed followed to each other ever since. Maybe there will be another burst of Amiibo. In fact, if they make a Geno Amiibo for Super Mario RPG, I am copping that day one. All right. $13 AM Games, folks. These are very talented developers. This is an indie game company. You want to know what game they made? I'll show you. I'll show you. They made Runbow. Here, hang on. Let me switch the camera. All right. Runbow. I have a sealed copy of the Switch version just because I want to support them so much. Now, at the time, Runbow was the indie collaboration game. It was a game that allowed you to have up to 9 players because it was on the Wii U. And you might be wondering, how do you do 9 players, right? So one person uses the gamepad, and then 4 other people each have a Wiimote and nunchuck. And the Wiimote is its own controls, and the nunchuck is its own controls. So you could do 9 people. Now, the other selling point of this game was that it had a whole bunch of indie characters in it. So, it has Shovel Knight. It has Shantae. as Commander Video from Bit Trip. I don't remember the others at the top of my head. I'm sorry, but those are some of the bigger ones, right? It was trying to do the whole indie Super Smash Bros. Thing before that became more commonplace with games like Framemakers and whatnot. But Runbow was an indie game that I had the pleasure to play in 2015 when Nintendo invited me to an event for the first time. And as a result, they let me play the game a bunch of times. It was 9 players, so as you can imagine, when you go to an event like that and you have 9 people standing around playing a game all at the same time, it gets a lot of attention. And those developers were so fun, and I even took a picture with them. And so I have their game on Wii U, I've done a video of it, and then out of respect to them and out of gratitude, I decided to buy the Switch version of the game because it got released probably by limited run or something. Yeah, 13 AM Games though. That's why I went on this conversation. 13 AM Games. Fantastic indie company, and I wish them all the best, and I hope that they're doing well. They've been very nice to me, at least. I'll do a video of the Switch version at some point. Alright. David Young! David Young is a higher up at Nintendo. He basically works with a lot of the creators these days. He's probably like in charge of the advertising agency or something like that at Nintendo, but he's a higher up. He is a very fun fellow, very nice smile, and I've seen him several times when attending Nintendo events. And there's a good chance you folks might have seen him as well, but you may just not know it. He was actively involved in a lot of Nintendo commercials. I think he's in a couple of Nintendo presentations back in the day. Like, he's the one displaying how a Nintendo DS works or how a 3DS works and stuff like that. He's been at Nintendo a long time, like 30 plus years or so. And I'm honored that he chose to follow me on Twitter, right? Because as someone who's actively following Nintendo and wants to work there one day, the fact that this person as a higher up chose to follow me is an incredibly high honor. So I have not spoken directly to him in a while, probably not since pre-pandemic, but otherwise, like every time I went to a Nintendo event, we would always say hi to each other. Like I said, he always has a nice smile. He's very professional, very polite, just very enthusiastic, and just all in all, a good guy. So, David Young, I hope you're doing well, my man, and I hope all the best for you. Here's hoping I can work alongside you one day. Folks, I want to work at Nintendo one day. That has been a dream of mine for a very long time. And so, I follow this Twitter account to see job postings at Nintendo. Because they're actively hiring. They're a corporate company. Different people come and go, and they have different positions opening up all the time. Ultimately, I want to work in the video editing field because that's my profession. I edit videos for a living. But they're not always hiring video editors. So, to stay up to date as to when they are hiring video editors, I follow the Nintendo of America careers page. And as you can see, I'm not alone. Like 50 plus other people that I follow them too. With any luck, there will be a posting on there for a video editor, and I'll apply, and hopefully I'll get it. We'll see. But, you know, until then, I got this Twitter account, and I will hope for the best. But otherwise, it's automated. It basically just tells you the same stuff that's actually on the job postings page for Nintendo of America. So, yeah, I use it as a tool, but it's a helpful tool, and hopefully one day I will get that job at Nintendo of America, and I can be like, boom, thank you to this Twitter. Good stuff. Alright, Picanjo! Picanjo, 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 Picanjo. What a fantastic fellow. What just a nice guy. Picanjo is, I'm like so lucky to be able to call him a friend. He and I think, first met through Splatoon 1 on the Wii U. And we've been playing Splatoon ever since. We play pretty actively. Dude is just so nice and so friendly and just like good to be around, and I love inviting him to events, and I don't know, I'm just happy that he's a friend in my life. He's just a good guy. I know it all sounds generic, but like it's true. He's just a good guy. Like, how can you hate this guy? He's just so nice. He's so nice. it helps that he's good at games too. So inviting him to like Splatoon 3 and stuff is always helpful because he knows his stuff. But he's just a good guy. I'm happy to be his friend. I'm really glad that he has played Splatoon so much with me, and I'm glad that we're able to keep playing games together. So hey, Vikanjo, you're a good guy. I'm glad that I get to be friends with you. Thank you for everything, and keep up the great work. How's that? How's that? I'm tired. I have so much more I have to do. I have so much more. Yeah, because, like, this is 2016. Alright, if Pokemon Go news is there, this is all the way back from 2016, guys. Oh, God, yeah. And then this would be 2017, because that's when I started working for, no, this would still be 2016. I started working for Completionist in 2016. It doesn't tell me how many. I've probably done like 100 out of 420. Oh, God. Like, look at where this is relative to the rest. Okay, I did not even make it halfway tonight, and I did it for 4 hours. I guess I'll have to continue this another day. We'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow. Here, you can have a preview of some of the other people that I follow me back. Here, check this out. Ooh, we got reversal. We'll have to get him tomorrow. Alright, or, you know, maybe I'll make it there tomorrow. We'll see. Ooh, look at this. What? He was at the Nintendo World Championships in 2015. Whoa, what's that all about? Yeah, there's Altair. You're there. Sorry I couldn't get to you today. I'll have to get to you a different day. I'm sorry. There's so much. There's so much. Pamela Horton, isn't that the girl that Nintendo hired from Playboy to cosplay as Bayonetta? How the heck do you know her? What else we got? We got Failboat, of course. Everyone loves Failboat. We gotta talk about Failboat at some point. Arlo, of course. I know you guys are all here for Arlo, right? We'll have to get him a different time. All right, Push Dustin. One of the greatest people I've ever had the pleasure to meet. You're going to want to stick around in a future stream to hear how I met him. Reggie, of course. You guys might all be saying, what the heck? Reggie Fils-Aimé follows you? Yeah. Yeah, he does. I'll tell you that story in a little bit. Lots of other, like, amazing people here. Yeah, the other Treesicle guys. Platinum Rhythm is, like, a freaking awesome dude. We'll talk about him. We'll talk about Scott Falco. Doug Bowser. Why the heck not, right? Why not just follow Doug Bowser, you know? Ultima Edobean. Scott the Waz. Although he doesn't follow me back. But yeah, I follow him. Who are all these Japanese people? Yo, Schiller, why do you know so many freaking Japanese people? Well, I'll get to that. I'll explain that. Alright. Oh man, oh my goodness, wait. Oh, whoa! You're gonna want to see how I followed that person, and that person followed me back, but that's a surprise. Who could I be talking about? You're gonna have to wait till next time. Oh man, oh god. Alright, here we go. Okay. Yep, and then we gotta do Alec and Nintendex, and oh, what else we got coming up in the future? Kane, that's Arlo's editor. Triss, I mentioned him. What else we got? More Nintendo employees. Good Vibes Gaming. Yeah, how do I know the Good Vibes Gaming guys? I didn't talk really about them at all. What else we got? Nintendo Force Magazine. Of course, like, that's an obvious one, right? Like, yeah, of course we're going to talk about Nintendo Force Magazine in the future. And what else we got? What else we got? What else we got? Oh, yeah, all these Smash players. What the heck, Yo Schiller? You know, Void and Dom and Wolf Scratch? Yeah. What the heck is Dance with the Dead music? Well, I'll give you a little hint. It's one of the best synth rock bands you're ever going to listen to. The PAX Pokemon League, of course. Wolf Glick, Pokemon champion. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh, what's this 18+ one? Well, we'll get into that next time. Let's see. Sega, John Cena. Of course I gotta follow John Cena, right? Of course I gotta follow John Cena. Kit and Krista, obviously. 8 Bowser 16, obviously. Vic Villain, like, that's an easy one. Like, of course I gotta follow Vic Villain. And what What the heck? Takaya Imamura? You mean the lead designer for Star Fox and F-Zero just randomly followed you on Twitter? Well, guess what? It's not that random. There's a story behind it, and we'll talk about it next time. Azim! Aqua Azim! We'll get to you. And Super Duper Danny. Look at that. She's right there. And John Riggs, of course, man. What a great guy. Alright, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. Pro Chara, one of the best Splatoon players like ever. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. Oh man. And Glol and Tara and Sarah and Danny, you guys are the four most recent. Congratulations, you're at the end. So we might not even get to you tomorrow or whenever I do this next. Clay, I'm sorry I didn't get to you tonight. You're kind of near the end too. But we'll get it. I'll get it. I'll get them all. Alright. And I finished with Picanjo, so I gotta get to the top, right? Let's see how far I got in 4 hours. Right? In 4 hours? Dang. You're not even showing up anymore, Picanjo. Oh my god. Yeah, I wasn't even halfway. Oh no. Oh no. There you are! See, yeah, what's that, like a fourth? That's like a fourth, right? That means if I were to continue at the same pace that I was at, this took 4 hours. So multiply that by 4. If I were to do this in one fell swoop, that'd be a 16-hour stream. Folks, this is why I don't stream. But now I've just like committed. I messed up. I gotta do like 3, 4 more streams now. We'll see. I wanted to do this to archive the people I follow on Twitter. Archiving is a big project. I don't know how doable this is all gonna be. I might have messed up, folks. I might have messed up. Well, I hope you folks had fun. I hope you guys enjoyed hanging around. I hope the music wasn't too loud. I know some of you guys are like, the music's quiet. Well, it's supposed to be quiet because I don't want to have to compete with it. I'm supposed to be much more audible than the music. So I will do my best to go over everyone. I'm glad that people liked hearing their stories. I know that there are a lot of people that I follow that are waiting to hear why I follow them. They want to hear the good words. And I'm happy about that. I got good things to say about each of you. It's just so much. It's just so much. I am going to try my darndest, alright? Tomorrow, or maybe not tomorrow, I don't want to promise tomorrow, but one of these upcoming days, we're going to talk about all these other people I follow, A Start Show, and Reggie Fils-Aimé, and J-Wits, and Zelda Universe, and a bunch of other stuff. We're going to get to it, alright? We're going to get to it. So chances are, if you weren't heard today, you'll be heard in... You probably won't be heard in the next live stream. You'll be heard in like a live stream or 2 after that. But now I gotta do this like 2 or 3 more times. So I'll try to download some more music. I'll try to maybe get like a BRB screen or something, so you guys have something to look at that's not just the music player whenever I have to go to the bathroom or YouTube requires me to play some ads. Otherwise, I think I gotta stop. I don't want to be a regular streamer, okay? So when this whole process is done, I think I'm done streaming. Because streaming for 4 hours straight has more or less reminded me why I don't really enjoy streaming. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Alright. We'll continue this a different time. Feel free to ask questions going forward, alright? You guys can ask questions. I will continue my blurbs about each of the people that I follow, and then I'll try to answer the questions. I'm not trying to ignore the chat. I'm just trying to finish the thought while it's in my head. Alright? Thanks for stopping by. You're all awesome. I would not be where I am today without any of you. You make me who I am. And I hope to continue this, if not tomorrow. Oh, maybe not Monday, because that's... I have plans Monday, and then Tuesday's the 4th of July. Maybe like Wednesday. I don't know. I'll continue this, though. We're not done. We just got to remember that Picanjo was the most recent one I did. Alright, but for now, that wraps up this live stream. I'd like to thank you all for watching. I hope to see you all in future live streams. Thank you and goodbye. Whoosh!